meeting. Really good. Holy Moses. Is the meeting at 9:45 a.m. on September 18th, 2024. This meeting is being held in person and by Zoom video conference and is being recorded. The recording will be posted to the internet for public view. I will now call roll. Amanda? Here. Christy? Here. Lori? Here. Caitlin? Here. Natalie? Here. Deanna? She's supposed to be online.
Here.
Lisa? Darcy? Here. Buck? Absent. Amber? Absent. Edwin? Absent. Melanie? Here. Okay, members, when you wish to speak, please state your last name for the record. Members are asked to not use the chat feature during meetings. The licensing office asks that individuals attending through Zoom keep their phone meters and cameras off during the entire meeting or until an opportunity to comment during public and interested parties feedback period is indicated on the agenda. Public members wishing to speak must first sign on the roster or email Josh Page at josh.page@oha.oregon.gov. Provide your first and last name. Everyone is asked to use appropriate language, manners, and protocols when conducting board business. Committee business. This meeting is now called to order. Welcome, everyone. Okay, let's get this going here. So, everybody received the documents in advance. Can you believe it? So hopefully they made sense, and obviously we're going to have another opportunity to go over them, see what things I heard and aren't right, which is very possible. And then, so we'll go over the provisional license, I think one more time, and I think it's good. Go back over the supervision, see where I hit the mark or I didn't. Maybe if we're missing things, I gave some examples of a lot of conversation happened about what does supervision look like, how do you know, what do you use? So I actually included forms for another program. So for me, it just gives you an example and you can see it. And with that, and then I thought if we got that far, we'd move to generalist license. Just feels like the right move, but I don't know, we'll just kind of wait and see if we get there. Just a few announcements. Department of Education and Georgianne is on, and I sent everyone an email that tomorrow the Board of Education meets and will review a temporary rule. Georgianne's going to present it and see if they approve it. And we have already prepared a communication piece to go out to everybody. So we were going to send it before, but I'm like, oh, we send this before, and then we have to change it. It'll be confusing. So as soon as they say yes, we'll pull the trigger and get that out to everybody. Georgianne, do you want to fill anything in there?
No, that's absolutely perfect. Hopefully by noon tomorrow we'll be done and it'll be in effect.
Awesome. So there's that. Got the outreach communication done already. Remember, there's no timeline on completion of rules. I've been going over in my mind how, and just maybe want your feedback here, how you think the best way is to, so you can do this so many ways. So right now the RAC's meeting and I'm kind of saving up these rules. When the provisional is done, allow that. When the supervision's done, allow that one. We can present it to the board and they can give us feedback. You guys can go back and look at it. Now, the risk of that is they hate it and we have to start over again. But you know, it could happen if we wait and give them all that at one time. So something to think about. I don't think you have to decide today, but just something to think about how we want to move forward. Jack Ludwig resigned, so Colleen Thayer will now be serving as chair for this meeting, and they'll vote at the October meeting for 2025. And Audrey also resigned. So we have 2 openings. Did I send it in the email? I'll send everybody an email with that information. I sent it to the board, but not. You guys, what else I want to tell you? We did receive, and we can go over this at the end of the agenda, a letter from the Oregon Hospital Association of Oregon about extending out the waiver, and which is something we've already talked about, and Bob and HLO will kind of make that decision. I'm thinking we'll probably know by the next board meeting on October 30th. And so you guys can consider it today, and it's gonna go to the board. One other thing is possible legislative concept. So, we are meeting with the legislator this week. And I believe that Chad and Jack will be in that meeting to look at some concepts on how to adjust 2640, 2696, and kind of get some of those things taken care of, like the renewal, the 5 renewals, and kind of those big ticket items. So, those are kind of the announcements. So if you want to just dive right in, we can, to the text of the provisional license, which in your packet is on page 7. And I folded where I added kind of big ticket items. I didn't vote every word we changed, but big ticket items. I folded, yeah. So if you just want to read through those and make sure that the bold number 3 kind of goes to the responsibility factor that you guys talked about, the provisional being responsible for things. So one of them is being responsible for notifying HLO supervision changes. Yes. Anytime.
This is Amanda. Maybe a small thing, but within 5 business days or 5 actual days? Does it matter? I mean, I assume you all are business oriented.
Probably
You're not taking it on the weekend.
Write that down. That's a good question. I don't even know if it said that where I stole it from.
Are we adding 5 business days?
Yes. Okay, so that was pretty much it for that part. And then on page 9 of the packet, it says application requirements for SLI provisional license. So I didn't change.
Just 1 second, Sammy.
I'm sorry.
Page 9. Good to go.
So page 9, I didn't make any changes to the first page or the second, except for pathway to exam. I just changed that lead into exam since it encompassed the CASLI and the EIPA and different things. Pathway 3, we didn't change.
Number 2. This is Amanda, sorry. The very top, pathway to examination, it says an applicant must submit proof of all of the following and then one of the following. That feels confusing. Can we just make it one of the following?
No, because big A is 1, big B is 2.
Oh, apologies, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Totally.
But maybe there's
I
a
missed the
way
indent
to make it,
part there, that's fine.
I know it's confusing.
No, I got you.
I know.
What if the English and ASL were first? and then one of the following.
Yeah, that'll work.
So then it's like 1, 2, 3, and then has options.
Okay, and then on page, you good?
Yeah, this is Natalie. I just have a question before we continue, the requirements for the application. One of the concerns that we share is, or that we have is, the accessibility that we'll have for interpreters via video. Like if we have specific licenses, sometimes, interpreters are all around the United States, so some of them might not have that license. My question is like, if we needed to add something around that, do we need to add it in words, so like provisional license? So for instance, what we have within another regulation, which is a 2359, it says like, if our interpreters are not in the OHA registry for medical interpreter, if those interpreters are not available, then we can then go and work with other interpreters that are, certified but are not in the OHA registry. Could we add something like that? Saying like, if we need to provide a service via video, and then an interpreter that maybe have a pathway, so it will go to interpreters in Oregon or whoever has the licensing. But if no one is available, then it can go to other interpreters. So that way we're not, we're still providing the service to the client or patient.
This is Darcy, I just want a clarification. Where are we talking about? You mean under provisional license?
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking, if we needed to add something like that, some kind of clause, do we need to add it, under provisional license, then generalist, and then supervisory, and then all of them? Or do we need to add it in just one place and then with that, encompass all of them?
Okay, good question.
This is Mel, and because I know that you specialize in medical, I have a couple of thoughts. First is we should follow what the medical statute says for interpreting and for remote services, like to make sure we're in line and we're not creating more barriers would be my first thing, is to look there. And I believe when we talk about we've tried everything and so we're going remote, how does a hospital or a clinic document that they reached out to all of the interpreters? What does that look like? So there's good faith, but then how do we ensure? I mean, there's the implied right now that the hospitals get reimbursed at a higher rate if they use an interpreter from the registry, so there's incentive to use those interpreters when they're going through Medicaid, but I don't know what that would look like.
Before we get too far down the road, all good thoughts. Unfortunately, we're stuck with the statutes as written for sign language interpreters, which doesn't allow for that type of exception. There's exceptions that could be made by the board. They haven't done that yet. And maybe that is an extenuating circumstance. The other piece is, do video conferencing interpreters have to be licensed in Oregon? And probably yes. So, and that is something we'll be taking to the board October 30th. So to be keeping that in mind going forward. So I will say that I have that on my list of things to go over with the legislator, that like maybe there's some room to, I think I actually said, marry it with HCI somehow, something to do something for that. So I'm bringing it up, but unfortunately we're stuck with that statute. Is there a way for the board to have an exception or an extenuating circumstance? Maybe, but we'll have to kind of bring it to them and let them decide. You can.
We could just hold for the interpreters for just like.
Do we have a copy of the bill currently in here? Did they comment about VRS and VRI in the initial?
No. So it's not numbered, but it looks like this. It's stapled. It's the first stapled item in your packet.
So which one, where, is that the amendments or which one?
This is the first staple packet in your packet. And if you go to,
Which one does it look like again?
the defendant. And then if you go to page, the bottom of page 3 and top of page 4, that kind of lays out the prohibitions on unlicensed provisions, requirement of interpreter services, use of title, and exceptions.
Can you say that again?
Yes, so bottom of page 3, the top of page 4, 676771. This lays out the exceptions, use of title, and prohibitions if you're not licensed. So under 1, except as provisions in subsection B, a person not licensed under these laws may not provide sign language interpreting services. B, a person who's not licensed under these laws may provide sign language interpreting services, semicolon. So might, and then here's all the situations. In circumstances in which a license issued under these laws is not required.
Nissa has her hand up.
Hi. I was wondering if it was possible to spotlight like the room and the interpreters just to make viewing easier.
Wait, who's talking?
Lisa.
Oh. I didn't see her online, okay.
So this is our first time using Zoom and I don't know how, so
It's not letting
instruction.
me, it's not letting me through this system do 2 pins. It's either the interpreters or the room.
You might have to do that prior, when you set up the meeting. You need to enable those features probably.
No, it's enabled. It's just through our little tablet here, it's just not giving me the option. I can do one or the other.
But there is a way to double pin is what I'm hearing.
I mean, on the computer, I think there is, but on the tablet, I don't think it's gonna look.
On there,
So that means people can't see the interpreter, right? Is that what that means?
It just
Or it's
means
really
the box is really tiny, so to like watch the room and then watch the interpreters, it's really hard.
She should be able to do it on her own system, but she's not.
Yeah, it's our understanding that she could pin, that's why we went to Zoom, so the viewer had could take control. That's what's our understanding.
I can only pin one. I need multi-pin. So if that is possible, that would be cool.
I think you can go to her name.
Yeah. We should have allowed you to multi-pin.
It works. Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, just making a note. Okay. We're looking at statute.
Would you mind raising your hand when you talk so I know who's talking? Could you raise a hand or, so that I can see, or can we take turns maybe?
Actually, Sammy, would you be okay if Darcy moderated the
Yeah.
meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's great, thanks. Yeah, it's hard when I'm looking around to find who's talking. Go ahead.
So Mel asked to point out where the exceptions and exemptions were in the law, and or bill. And it's on page 3 and 4 of the thin packet marked Oregon revised statutes. And that kind of lists out, it does give the board some authority to, so a person who's not licensed under these laws may provide sign language interpreting services in other circumstances as determined by the board. If a person's qualified interpreter under the courts and in emergency situations involving imminent or immediate harm and during which a licensee is not available. So that's really the only one where they make some delineation about some medical, well, it's emergency services, not even medical, so. Emergency could be a medical situation, but I think it could be other things like HS or call welfare, something like that.
Darcy has her hand raised. So I'm a little concerned about the provisional license because I know the last meeting, if you remember, we had discussed the ASL proficiency for the provisional license. And people were wanting to talk about, taking classes.
High school classes as appropriate.
Qualifying high school classes as appropriate. So, there's all different kinds of ASL that's out there, C-sign, all of that. So we really want to make sure that people are taking classes that are qualified to give them the skills. I know there's a large variety of ways that we can measure minimum skill levels of signing, receptive skills. I know that before it was a little different, and so now.
Which difference between someone who interpreted 5 or 6 years ago and someone who is currently interpreting?
So I know that's something we were considering about the provisional license and what kinds of rules.
But for a medical provisional, I don't think that's something we're looking into. That should not be allowed.
So I think we need to clarify that in the provisional licensure text here to make sure that that's clear. I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead. And this is Amanda. So the provisional license, you want to emphasize that more, that you can't be used for the provisional license and medical.
Legal or medical settings.
So go ahead. You go to page 7 in the packet. Number 1, you sign an SLI provisional license holder.
Sorry, what page, one more time?
Page 7. And number 1, starting at little E, may not provide SLI services in medical or legal settings and may not provide SLI services in educational settings unless the person holds a license under statutes and rules.
Go ahead. So this is Caitlin. Do you want me to add that emphasis that we can't use the provisional license for emergency situations? And Darcy says, again, that's another perspective. We could clarify. Well, again, there's 2 perspectives. There's the DI and the HI, deaf interpreter, hearing interpreter. And the hearing interpreter tends to, if they have their provisional license,
Not ready.
they're not ready for medical interpreting or their medical interpreting license. And so how can we make that separation and distinction? You know, I'm trying to think of it from the hearing interpreter's perspective as well.
Because a deaf interpreter with that provisional license might very well be qualified. So how can the board make a different determination for a deaf interpreter than a hearing interpreter? Is that something that would be permitted?
There are all these kinds of issues that can come up.
This is Amanda. For emergencies, the statute doesn't require licensure because it's immediate. It's an emergency, someone's trying to be helped. Whether a person's provisional, not provisional, deaf or hearing, it doesn't matter, it's an emergency, and so according to the statute, they need access, whether a license is there or not. They need access in that particular situation. For everyday medical needs, even in emergency room visits, it's a different situation than a real emergency. So that's something to consider. And so I think there should be a separation. There is no license requirement in order for emergencies. However, a provisional license would not allow someone to interpret medical or legal situations.
This is Darcy. Oh, go ahead, Sammy.
So if you go to the second packet in your packet, second stable packet. So this is the full set of rules in place today. And if you go to page 4, it talks about emergency care and exceptions. The bigger packet. And this kind of clarifies what those exceptions look like. But they weren't really, it's not really expanded upon more than what the statute is. So we could reference this rule maybe in the provisional. No, or not. Not, no.
Go ahead.
I said no, because the provisional is really about getting a license, which is separate from the exception. And it's not really needed within understanding the license and when you need a license. That's really just separate. It needs to be in a separate room. Now, if the community needs clarification, then there can always be a communication about how the rules work together and that license is not needed in these types of emergency situations. And that can come through communication, but not rules.
Go ahead, Mel.
I'd like to emphasize or bring us back to what Darcy was saying. Darcy's comment, from what I understand she's trying to say, is that we still are combining deaf interpreters and hearing interpreters in one pool. With this provisional license for hearing and deaf interpreters, they are not able to support legal or medical settings, which is understandable. But if I understand what Darcy was saying correctly, there are some deaf interpreters that have specialized training, qualifications, skill that are able to interpret medically and legally, but our licensing statute would prevent that as it stands, which has been an issue. It's not something new. This has been ongoing. And we're trying to think if there's something we can add for medical or legal. Oops, somebody's phone's on. So just to make sure we have a pin in that concept, in that discussion regarding medical interpreting for the deaf interpreters, to add some type of provision for those deaf interpreters to have to be able to be used in those settings.
And this is Darcy. Yeah, again, with the DIs, there's many of them that are scared to do it because they don't want to be punished. So they don't apply for the renewal of the license, the Oregon license to interpret because they're scared. And it's interesting to look at that from the DI, the deaf interpreter's perspective and the certification. It's like a lot of them are apprehensive about moving forward with that or not. And we'll see what happens, if the impact is larger after December moving forward regarding medical licenses. I know that there are several interpreting agencies that we know are encouraging this to happen, but a lot of the DIs are not ready to take the test. So there's several perspectives at play here. Go ahead, Amanda.
This is Amanda, just to make sure I'm visually accessible. Okay, I do think it is important that we are clear about what the barriers are. There is no law that says that the DI cannot, the deaf interpreter cannot have a provisional license. Right now our rules say that, but the rules are changing. So like you had said, no, I do think when we get to the general licensure, that is something we should make sure to add in there, a pathway to make sure that deaf interpreters are allowed to work. Currently the rules do prevent them from working in certain settings. However, the law does not. So I do think it's something we need to discuss in general, and then also to make sure it is communicated to the public, but also that we do have a pathway put in place.
And if we could pause for the interpreters to switch. Okay, interpreters are ready. Thank you.
Okay, so do you want to go back to looking at the provisional? And we would be starting on pathway C, which is page 10. I'm sorry, same page 10 and number 8. So to meet English language proficiency requirement listed in pathways 2 and 3 of the school, applicant must submit proof of one of the following. Didn't make any changes to this. I copied what was in CIs, which is what it's told. I don't know if this is where Darcy was talking about in the ASL area. You're not. Bless you. You're fine. I even saw that one yesterday.
Ellie?
You said you had some concern about the hearing interpreters, state were not all being the same, so I'm sorry.
ASL teachers, high school ASL teachers.
Interpreter corrections, the high school ASL teachers do not have the same level of proficiency around the state. They don't have the same quality, the same screenings for teaching ASL. So when hearing and some deaf graduates, they don't have a degree to teach ASL. So these college levels are a lot more strict, they're a lot more universal, there's better screenings. So the high school level is not sort of universal. Do you want to just get rid of that?
This is Darcy. I remember we had talked at length about those items, college level or above, and high school ASL classes. the measurement, how to measure quality and ability varies so greatly. Thoughts? Yes.
Sorry. I kind of want to say, if you took high school ASL from a deaf teacher, but that seems wrong somehow. This is
Yes.
Christy. Those of you at programs for high schools, are they doing any, words escaping me, so they can get the college credit if they've taken like level 3 in high school? So maybe, but then I guess it counts as a college class, not a high school class. Never mind. Is this not? This is not.
No.
Juan teaches, correct? So that would sort of match with PCC and double credit, getting double credits.
Dual credit, correct. Yeah, there's a dual credit with Southridge High School and PCC that I'm aware of. It is now in the process, however, of being adjusted to fit with the curriculum. Now, that's one high school. I don't know, I believe Salem High School does coordinate with
Amanda's-
WOU, correct?
Amanda's saying yes.
So 3 or 4, is it ASL 3 or 4?
It's Salem area.
So, yes, so there are a few high schools in Salem that do work with WOU. So we could put in there wording, something, high school course with dual credit, something that shows, because a college level course is going to check a student's qualification and the teacher's qualification more stringently for ASL.
This is Caitlin. I guess my concern is, what about the rural quota? They can't afford to go to university, but they've taken high school ASL classes. It just feels very limiting because they can't take those college classes. So that's a tough situation for them. This is Mel saying that there are other pathways. You can take, there's other screenings, there's other ways to establish skill level.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
qualification
that's a good
exam.
point, that's a good point.
Yes, Sammy.
So maybe we just go down number 9 and see what we've got. Because right now I feel like we're all over the map, and let's see what we've got and see where we might need to change it. So.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, the high school diploma is to show that proficiency in the English language, not.
Number 9.
Oh, okay. Because I thought we were in 8, so it's like, that one says for English, so I just want to make sure.
You're right.
Yes, Sammy.
So can we go back to 8 to make sure that 8 is right? So on the bottom of page 4, 8, to meet the English language proficiency requirements listed in chapters 2 and 3 of this rule, the applicant must submit proof of one of the following. Are those all correct? A through little d, and little d has a lot of subsections.
Pathway 3 is what we're talking about.
Pathway, no, we're talking about number 8. So how somebody will demonstrate English proficiency. Completion of a bachelor's, master's, doctorate, any other degree from a U.S. institution of higher education, graduation from a high school or completion of a GED. Graduation or GED completion must be English language speaking country where English is the primary language of instruction. Graduation of a non-United States higher education institution where English is the primary language of instruction, or having obtained one of the following. The TOEFL, I'm just going to say the CAE, CPE, the IELTS, the ILR, the CEFR, or the ACT, FL, oral proficiency interview. Are all those accurate? These are from under 8 and 9. They're both what the healthcare registry has in their kind of requirements for meetings for medical interpreting. So 8 is good. Okay. So 9 to meet, so keep going. Meet the ASL proficiency requirement listed in pathways 2 and 3. The role and must submit one of the following. A is completion of two years of college level education and coursework in ASL from an accredited college or university in the U.S. with a letter grade of at least a C or a pass when the letter grade is not available. For the purpose of this requirement, college level is at least 200 level coursework. B, 4 years of U.S. high school level ASL education and coursework with a grade of at least a C or a pass when the letter grade is not available. Or having obtained one of the following. A score of intermediate or above on the SLPI, or a score of 3.5 or above on the ASLPI. Any of those not accurate.
You asked if they were accurate or not. Can we make some comments?
Yes. What that means.
Okay. This is Mel. So I was just researching a little bit. Oregon has several things called OSB. Oregon. See, now I have to look at it again. Hold on. Okay, it's Oregon State Seal of bilingual skill sets or whatever. So the students could earn this award or approval or whatever. So I don't know if that's something we would consider. So is that high school? Is that college? Is that, like, what does that process look like? What does that approval look like? The accredited program, perhaps? Maybe we could add something that says if they have an OSAB award, that also qualifies. It's not any high school. I know that Salem has that. I think Salem has 2 or 3 programs. One of the several programs in the state that has it, but other states, I don't know. Sorry, Chad, I guess you gotta move here. I don't know what the education system looks like out of state. If those are waived, so people move here, they grow up here, take classes, and that's okay. I don't know, just kind of throwing that up there as well.
Eric has his hand up.
Yes, Eric.
Can we get the interpreter to copy sign what's going on in the room each time our deaf participants or people are communicating in ASL? The interpreter on the screen right now is not copy signing that. So those of us who can hear are catching what's being said, but those depending on the ASL access are missing that. So whoever that is in the room, if you could just copy sign what the deaf folks are saying. Thank you.
This is the interpreter speaking, thank you. We're actually going to take this pause to go ahead and switch interpreters. Darcy is saying, so we do have a few new interpreters in the room with us today, so they're just kind of getting used to how things are running. The other 2 interpreters have been here, so we're just getting the new interpreters onboarded, so thank you for the reminder. So Eric, again, thank you for the comment and supporting our deaf community.
This is Christy. I do agree that we probably need to look at that high school requirement because because I think Darcy's point about having potentially not qualified teachers, they can take 4 years and then get a C from an unqualified teacher and still not be able to do the job. So I think we need to figure out whether it's accredited and then what does that mean, both if we're getting from people moving in. And I guess the worst, this is Christy again, the worst case scenario is that they've taken 4 years of high school ASL. Well, I guess that's, never mind. Nope, never mind.
This is Darcy. So again, I mean, we could like get rid of the high school piece and just work on the college credentials and leave it at that. And high school, I mean, they can go ahead and take the ASL or ASLPI, the proficiency coming out of high school to pass. Let's see, what is it? ASLPI, sorry. They can take that proficiency skill test and do that in lieu of the high school classes. And therefore, I mean, a long time ago, I mean, what if they just took it a long time ago and they just wasn't up to date? So maybe taking the proficiency exam, the SLPI, or the other ones, maybe that would be a better level of skill and a little more universal as opposed to just an exam pass right out of the class.
So this is Sammy. I just want to kind of bring it back to access, and is removing this part of the pathway taking away access to people who may not qualify, may have to spend more money on the ASLPI, or if they haven't taken college level classes. So just thinking about access and how that works. Like I said, this was, yeah, so that's just.
Okay, Amanda? This is Amanda. Two things. First off, related to Sammy's recent comment about access. Understanding the high school classes, you don't just like take it and pass it. I mean, you have to do all the training, you have to do the licensing stuff. It's not just one class. At WU, I don't know at PCC, but I know that WU has credit by exam. So if you've taken the high school classes, we can, and dropped into the university, what we can do is we can refer people to WU and PCC to get the credit by exam. So if you pass the exam, then you get the credit. And so you don't have to pay for the class. So there's still a screening process set up within the university system, so I'm gonna put that up there as well. Natalie?
Yeah, this is Natalie. So the other thing that I was thinking is like that maybe instead of removing it, maybe we can add something about like a high school or college diploma, and I feel like that's another pathway for deaf interpreters as well. So like if they, they went to the deaf school, high school and stuff like that, they wouldn't have to do any other testing in that ASL language, if they have the high school diploma. So I feel like removing it might, as Sammy was saying, maybe remove some access. Maybe we can just add that as one of the ways to show the proficiency in the language will be like, a diploma from a deaf school. For the interpreters.
Versus that's a good point. Caitlin?
Caitlin. But also, many high schools don't provide actually 4 years of ASL. Maybe they have 2 and that's it. So that already is a limiting factor enough, maybe.
Darcy says, we're gonna have to see how it all pans out in the future. Right now, I think we should just leave it. But I really like what Natalie was saying. You said something, can you say, this comment you just made, it made me think that, maybe we could do something like that too. Mel?
So I kind of want to expand on your comment, I guess yours and Natalie and Darcy's comment. Because this license is really designed for hearing interpreters. So there is less options for the deaf interpreters, less testing in general for deaf interpreters. So if a deaf interpreter has to pay for their ASLPI proof of their language proficiency, that's an added expense for them. But it would be nice if we had another way for them to prove their proficiency in ASL. So I feel like you're right. So what would that look like? I mean, it's not enough to say went to a residential school for X amount of years or something, or graduated. Seems our education system is designed for, hearing people spoken language. But there has to be, a way for them to prove their language proficiency as well, without additional cost.
Yeah, I just think like from an equity point, I feel like, if we have the high school diploma as a way to show the English proficiency, then maybe, we should also have it as a ASL or sign language proficiency, just to prove that as well. And just to make sure that because if we're allowing that for English, why not the same thing for ASL?
That's a good point, because there are lousy English teachers there too, probably. Sorry, Mrs. Lord.
Amanda? This is Amanda. I'm gonna use English because I'm gonna ask Natalie the question. Or anyone who knows the HCI, but is that parallel to spoken language? Can you show your proficiency in a language by having a degree from that country?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be parallel.
Yes.
Were you wondering about how, the deaf could, prove their proficiency, but, the kids sometimes don't know.
This is Darcy. Again, I guess it depends on who the deaf person is. We have several deaf interpreters who moved here from other countries. Who are learning ASL. And, they have their own language, their own countries, but when they move here and then they want to work, but do they have the proficiency or a high school degree? They don't have anything like that. So how do you measure that for them? So just thinking about other scenarios. You have to do the sign skills plus the English skills. There's got to be some way to measure those things. There's so many things that could possibly happen. So I'm just thinking of all the different scenarios. So I think for now, my vote is just to leave it and kind of see how it works out, see what problems come up in the future that we need to sort of amend at that point. That's my thought. No?
I agree. And now we have, a lot of different pathways for hearing interpreters, but only one or two for deaf interpreters. That's not equitable. And deaf interpreters, their cost, like for them to, for them to prove their English proficiency is the same. But now the hearing people, like, they took sign language free in high school and passed, now that they have this extra pathway. But, I don't feel like that's equivalent for our deaf interpreters trying to get to the field. Sammy?
So this is Sammy. I listened to the entire recording of the last meeting, and every meeting actually. So this keeps coming up, deaf interpreters. So let's do a pathway forward. What does it look like? This isn't set in stone. This isn't the end all be all. If you could have a pathway forward, what would it be? For the provisional lessons. If you could have anything.
I just have a question. So if our deaf interpreters are interpreting from the sign language to sign language, why do they need a proficiency testing? Just one.
Sammy?
Nope, I'm good.
Amanda? Amanda, I can take a stab at it. This is Amanda. So it's still interfacing and interacting with the English-speaking world, like paperwork, all of those kinds of things. And so there has to be a command of English in some capacity. It's not spoken, of course, not any of those kinds of things, but would need to be familiar enough to handle paperwork and understanding Englishism kinds of things, the way the English uses language so that they can translate it into another form of sign.
Sammy.
Okay, let me bring this back a little bit. I think I was vague. So, if we're thinking about deaf interpreters, pathway 1, academic degree, could anybody have that? Pathway 2, anybody could have taken the exam, so that fits with anybody. Anybody could have the education and training, which is 40 hours, and it's broad. It's training, education, and sign language interpreting. This education and training could be workshops, symposiums, seminars. And then B, the English proficiency, and C, the ASL. So what would, for a deaf interpreter, be another avenue outside of degree, exam, 40 hours of education training?
You just don't have a can of worms. Okay.
Well, we keep revisiting it, so I think we just get it on paper and see where it goes.
So if we could back up a little bit, so what age, did you say age? Sorry, SGE, there's an interpreter certification. Great. I asked what they do in their state for deaf interpreters, and they said, oh boy. First, they must have so many hours of training that's free under their state. Okay, they have that written in there. But they need 2 letters of recommendation and some sort of ethics stuff. And then there was problems that arose, so then they had to backtrack and say, okay, 1 letter of recommendation and ethics training. And willing to take training ongoing. And that was it. Simple. And then Amanda said something. So ethics meaning what? And Mel said, I don't know. I didn't ask that detailed question.
What state was this?
I know. Something approved by RID, NID, whatever. So,
And that seems like kind of hot topic anyways.
Again, so the point is, they have to have that willing to take more training. That filters out some deaf interpreters. So if they don't show up for training, then, in time they'll just drop out. If someone's really motivated and wanting to develop themselves, they'll be involved. And, the cost problem for workshops and training that we, agree is we'll need to be supporting our deaf interpreters to be able to access this training.
This is Sammy. I'm getting lost on ongoing training because the point of the professional license is you're getting ongoing training. So I'm not completely clear of the fact. Is it something different than what you're getting as ongoing training as provisional? Or, there you have continuing education, which could require them to take additional, hours once. I'm not sure how it fits in the application requirements.
I think you just take a moment for the interpreters to switch interpreters. And Heather.
Was that Idaho example a separate license, not a provisional license, but a separate license with the 2 different computers? I have to go back to that.
I think it was just for him to be licensed as a deaf interpreter. I think they had their own
Lori? This is Lori. I'm wondering about if we're looking at a potential fourth pathway, it be one that is designated for native language users. You have to figure out kind of maybe some qualifications there, but that's my thought.
Mrs. Mel, so your comment, Lori's comment about the fourth pathway for native language users, does that mean you would include CODAs as native language users, you know, with seeing the language growing up? What do you think?
Good question.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the one deaf person here.
Yeah, I mean, if we have this fourth pathway, it really needs to be clear how everything, you know, it could be, you know, like, we have to have everything together. We don't want to have, you know, two different pathways for a CODA because they also have all this other pathways, and then one for our deaf interpreter. So it's just something to think about for sure. Amanda.
Yeah, this is Amanda. So I think that's the point, is that we're asking about
What Sammy is saying, what would we want to put in that fourth pathway? This is Darcy. For example, again, show native language how. Like, for example, their own country's language, is that gonna be it? But I mean, it's kind of tough to evaluate that. Native language, you know, they still need to have, native language users still need to have, I need to really think about this more before, I don't want to just start throwing stuff out there without considering my words first.
Lisa has her hand up.
Okay, so being a CODA, I honestly think pathway number 2 is the most CODA friendly. Like, you should be able to take several of the different options, and that would also prove your ASL proficiency, because not all CODAs are the same. If you compare me and my siblings, some of us sign better than others. Some of us have a deaf heart, and you can't just say, hey, I'm a CODA and become a hearing interpreter. And so I want to say number 2 is probably the most CODA friendly, but I could be wrong.
Go ahead, Sammy.
So the pathway 4, I heard some number of hours of training, 1 letter of recommendation, and some ethics training, but no specificity. What I could do is take this and see what we can develop out of it, see if we needed some, legal advice, kind of look at it, and then in October, revisit it with more information once we look at the statutes and what the ability is to do something like this. Because it may be, here's what my concern would be, is when you're looking at licensing, you're looking from a broad perspective. Everybody fits. So this might look like an exception, an extenuating circumstance, something like that, and not necessarily a pathway here. I don't know. That's something that we'll have to step away, look, review, and go from there. But this gives us an idea of what you're thinking.
Amanda.
Yeah, this is Amanda. So,
Maybe I'll use English because I'm gonna look this direction and ask another question. I'm sorry, just for the interpreters, sorry. So in Idaho, I don't think they have a supervision model though, correct?
Not think so.
Because I'm thinking like the letter of recommendation, what is that? And is it maybe for us, a letter from your supervisor saying, I see you, I think you have potential and I'm willing to work with you. And then that supervisor, like that's how it fits into our model, is that it's a supervisor giving you a recommendation. And then we'd have to define the ethics, kind of elements of it, that sort of thing. I'm just wondering what the recommendation could look like.
We have to have a supervisor, and they have.
No, I know, but I'm saying that could be the translation from the Idaho model, because the Idaho model is a letter of recommendation, but we don't think they have a supervision model. We do in Oregon. So I wonder if that's how we could modify to say.
Do you take out a letter of recommendation?
They have a supervisor.
Which then looks a lot like pathway 3 or 2. Go ahead, Mel.
3. Respond to this one.
Watching my Marco Polo
Yeah.
7 months ago.
Yeah.
Stephen has a good point. And Oregon is very similar to Idaho. They're a rural state. And when we think about deaf interpreters, it's along the I-5 corridor. And we're not addressing the huge need for deaf interpreters throughout the state. And so when you think of the longevity of programming, something more simple like this is going to bring up rural deaf interpreters who are of need as well. And so I just wanted to frame.
So, this is Sammy. So if, let me make sure I'm understanding, some number of training hours, don't know what that would be, which would include some ethics, don't know what that would be. We would take out the ongoing training because there's any training. Would they need to be ASL and English proficient? Would that be a requirement? No proficiency. So you would have to be proficient in all other pathways except for this one.
Yep.
Wow.
They're not in advance.
Yeah, another thing.
Caitlin.
It feels sticky, this Caitlin speaking. So then are we going to just use the honor system and hope your interpreters don't apply for that? Or do we need?
That's the next question.
Yeah.
How do we know they're deaf? What's deaf?
Like, I feel gross saying, nope, you have to submit an audiogram, but I don't know.
Is it hard of hearing? I don't think that's a good term using, or is it?
Hard of hearing's fine.
Yeah.
What is it?
So deaf people could do their ASLPI as proof of skills in ASL. Meaning, hearing and deaf could do, they both have that same avenue. Amanda?
So, but isn't that in pathway 3? We already have that in pathway 3, right? So we're talking about a 4th though. So some sort of exception for deaf only. This is Darcy. So yeah, no, just something, I think it was just an accessory. This pathway 4, we're just thinking about it, right? If we want to add it specifically for deaf, or if we want to leave it as is. I mean, man, I feel like the lines are just kind of blurring how to identify if a person is a DI, a specific DI path, or if, we don't say DI, then there's still these other, other people can still apply. So, no.
So to clarify what you just said, if we set up the deaf interpreter pathway, to be clear, so that would be number 4 would be just for, we should make that clear that that's just for deaf interpreters. So from PCC, they use the honor system. I meet a person, interact with them, kind of get a read on them, and based on my experience in the language, asking them where they went to school, talking to them, and kind of looking at the overall picture, I use that and themselves identifying how they identify as proof without an audiogram. So I know there's a lot of instances where it's like, what if this, what if that? I don't want to set up a system where there could be, you know, 1 or 2 people that are lying. And if there's a supervisor there watching the deaf interpreter,
they're gonna automatically withdraw their name, you know, as protection for themselves as a supervisor, because they're not gonna wanna be identified with someone who's, you know, faking it. This is Caitlin speaking. So meaning we could use a supervisor's approval and say, yeah, they're the eye, that's good enough. Darcy says, good.
Sammy, I just sent you what the OHA uses for to check the proficiency for languages of less education. So it's similar to what Mo was mentioning about the references. So I just shared it with you so that you have some kind of reference around that.
Yes, so I'm seeing this, but this isn't making a distinction between hearing or deaf. This is.
Yeah, no,
saying
this is
that-
for just, sorry, this is just for languages of less diffusion, you know, so like if.
No, I get it, I just
Yeah.
want to make
Yes.
that distinction, this would be
Yeah.
for any. Which I didn't know they had this, this wasn't attached to their other document we used the last 2 meetings, really.
Yeah, this is not, I just have a question again. So can we, Sammy, can we specify in pathway 4 that this will be only for deaf interpreters?
I'm not saying yes or no, I'm saying give me what the perfect world. And we'll have to go back and dissect.
This is Christy. So for the sake of keeping us moving along and we're sort of stuck, we know that we're considering pathway 4 as we continue our conversations. If we start to circle back to that pathway 4, then Sammy can add whatever ideas we come up with. And then at some point, we can take some dedicated time to really focus on that. But I feel like we're just spinning at this point, and so moving on while still putting things down for pathway 4 if needed.
Agreed.
So circling back to 9 and the ASL proficiency, and we're going to stick with the high school coursework with the grades of at least C or pass. We'll stick with that.
We're gonna take this time to switch interpreters.
And I'm going to call for a 5-minute. Thanks for sending that out. Of course. I think you're fine. Oh, she's so scared, Josh. Okay.
Sammy?
So I think we've closed up provisional license, and we go on to supervision, which is on page 14 of the packet. So some definition of supervisor.
This for interpreters.
clarification, did you mean supervisory license or just, are we doing?
Supervisor.
Supervisor.
Supervision, yeah, supervision.
Okay, can I ask a question? It might be related to this, but right now, how many provisional licenses are on the list, whether renewal or current, compared to supervisory? What are the numbers here? How many supervisory versus provisional? Is it a large number, meaning that the other one has more responsibility? I'm just wondering what the numbers are to kind of help me figure out how to look at that situation. So number 6, E6, excuse me, yeah. E6. I'm just wondering about that. It might help us figure some things out. I know there's another, on the other form, it was 3 or 4, I can't remember. Go ahead, Sammy.
There's 96 people who hold a supervisory license, and there's 58 people who have a provisional license.
So 88.
No, I'm sorry. 96 supervisors. Thank you, Nate, for this.
Sorry about printing.
I don't have that number.
What are you looking for?
Provisional. It might be 0. I don't know. Which might be why it came up that way. There's 3. 3 provisional license holders and 96 supervisors.
So good now.
We can skip this.
No, we can skip this part. Move on.
It's pretty that comes out.
I'm just wondering, does that seem right? And do we think that when they have to apply, we will see the rush? Okay, because I'm like, that does not seem right at all. Go ahead, Amanda.
This is Amanda. And in June of every year, we will have a good feed of individuals from PCC and WOU entering the registry, provisional registry.
Christy, this is Christy. I think moving forward, once it's set, we'll have a much better idea. But right now, it seems like there should be a whole lot more provisional.
Under the temp license, there was 204 supervisors, 58 provisionals, and 347 generalists. So that's any indication.
Christie, on how many educational?
Now?
Yeah.
Well. 29. It was 94, put 10. But before was like 3 the last meeting, so.
Amanda?
This is Amanda. I think that it is important to discuss this, maybe not with particular rules in mind, but maybe for general concepts. Across the nation, we struggle with retention, with getting certified interpreters. So to have a pathway for hearing and deaf interpreters to get provisional licenses will be a good way to bring everyone in and then be able to screen and filter for qualified interpreters. Since we have 3 provisional licenses, we know we are going to have people retiring soon. We're going to need those 3 provisional interpreters in. I think it's important to have the big picture in mind during this discussion, that our intent is to have a stronger next generation of interpreters coming through.
Thank you. Thank you, Sammy. Go ahead, Amanda.
This is Amanda. Sammy, what are supervision records? And form prescribed by HLO? Is that the thing that you gave us samples of? Okay, so if I keep flipping, I'll find something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
I wasn't alone writing this.
Really impressed.
Not alone.
It's
Thank you.
perfect.
I think that's a good question about supervision records. So maybe we give including but not limited to. Of hours. What? Including but not limited to, give some examples. And again, this is all conceptual. So like you don't want to have, they can only supervise so many, you don't have to have that.
This is Lori.
Just a second, Lori. And this is an example for what?
Of what supervisor requirements and then what they would be required to do. And that this is just what I heard you guys say at the last meeting on paper, but can change. Just give us some ideas.
This is Lori. I'm just needing a reminder. We're using the term supervisor because that's what's in the law. We are not able to change that to mentor or something like that, question mark.
Sammy? So Sammy, on the top of page 14, in the rules, supervisor is defined as advisor, coach, instructor, mentor, trainer.
I know.
So
I'm
if you
still
define
wondering if we
it
can change it.
and to explain, when you define something, anywhere supervisors use, those are what they mean.
Right, this is Lori. The challenge, at least for me, and I suspect also Christy, is that she and I supervise interpreters. And neither one of us are interpreters.
I don't know how it would, and you wouldn't be here.
Christy?
You wouldn't be this person.
This is Christy. We are wondering if, when you speak in regards to that legislative group, if the request could be that it be changed from supervisor to mentor or whatever other word we want to have there. Because it's in the law as supervisor, so I think it has to go back to legislation to be able to change the title of that. But supervisor, I think, is confusing in some settings, and so I think a mentor is much more clear as someone who's going to give you feedback and coaching and support you through the process.
Heather? So this is Heather. So I'm hearing that your request is that when HLO speaks with legislators about changes for the future, you want that word changed in the law. Now, just changing that word would not change the requirements of who may supervise.
Right.
So you know that.
Yep.
Okay, because the person.
Okay, yep, that's clear. It's really just the title. They can't supervise in this way, but they do employment supervision.
Right. I'm just not
So they
sure
want it
how
to be
it's-
clear for the interpreters.
So.
Okay, Tina? This is Tina. So you guys are supervisors because you're not licensed supervisors. Is that what you're saying?
Not licensed interpreters, but administratively licensed.
Right, but that's just through your administrator. So they would still have to have a supervisor.
Yep, who's licensed.
Who's licensed.
Or
So,
a mentor.
A mentor.
But do you
no,
see
you have
what
to be
it's not
licensed.
saying
I get what you're
Yes.
saying, a mentor, however, that's in an employment capacity. Those individuals would still, if they're professional, they would still have to have a licensed supervisor.
Christine? I'm just processing. I absolutely see all the different perspectives. And we understand their role and their license requirements. So maybe we're very much thinking it from our very specific lens. I'm acknowledging that. But so I guess I'm welcoming other feedback about whether it's confusing for other people as well. And what other names, so if mentor license doesn't work, what would we call it if we don't like the supervisory name?
So this is Heather. So I think what maybe I'm hearing is that you're not just wanting the name change, but you're wanting the requirement that's in statute that these provisional license holders be able to be, have other people who are not licensed provide supervision? Okay.
So this is like semantics, I think.
It is.
It is, totally.
It is.
I don't think supervision and mentor mean the same, yeah, I have to look, but.
So if you look in, it's very clear in the statute that only they have to be supervised by 2 individuals. So you're saying in addition to supervision by those licensed individuals, that then they would get mentoring?
No. And this is not a hill I need to die on. I don't know about you. We can let it go for the sake of time, but, and I think we addressed this, that we needed to look through what this all means. We're not questioning their role or that they need to be licensed. They will still have all that. We literally don't like the semantics of supervisor because it's unclear. What we hear from our interpreters is, well, that I can't supervise them, right? They don't understand. That just means I have to do a better job at sitting down and going through with them so they understand. So I can let it go. Move on.
This is the interpreters, if we could take this moment to change interpreters. Melanie?
I'm thinking, as far as semantics go, I I like the name supervisor for the license holders. It's kind of a general concept. And I also agree with, working within the system that we do have, we have supervisors who are supervising interpreters. But I can also offer in like the supervision. So it's semantics at this point, so I agree.
This is Lori. For me, the primary difference is as a supervisor of interpreters, I evaluate them. I am their boss. As a supervisor with a supervisor interpreter license, I am not their boss, I am their mentor. Those are the two differences. And we may have folks who are confused in thinking, this is my supervisor, this interpreter is my supervisor, but they're not actually evaluating me. This person is supervising me and is also my supervisor. So it's just semantics.
So are you the boss?
Yes, Tina.
Are you supervising, you're evaluating them just on their job performance, not evaluating them on their interpreting skills?
Both.
Mel?
For me, I would apply for a supervisor license. So I can interpret, I'm a certified interpreter, and I can provide an additional benefit as their boss of PCC, I have sort of a double role. So can I earn more money, please?
Yes.
Right?
Pennies out.
Caitlin speaking. Okay, so coming at it from a person who has a employee, my boss, supervisor, does not know ASL, will not be assessing my ASL skills. So I totally agree. I understand semantically, it's very confusing. And versus my role at community college, my supervisor there, I also put down as a supervisor when I had a provisional license. So having some separation, I think, would be nice. I don't know if I want to change it to a mentor license because as of now, supervisors may take on provisional licensees. So I feel like maybe a changing a phrasing would be good, but I don't know what that would be.
Mel?
So I used to work as a counselor. And I worked under an agency. I had a boss. They were not a counselor themselves. They were sort of the office manager. And took care of payroll. I also had a supervisor who would watch my work. They would supervise my counseling skills. And I think that's a separate, I mean, very similar to interpreting, right? So you have a boss and you have
Supervisor.
Smart people can figure this out.
Tina?
This is Tina. Lori and Christy, I would definitely have some type of a form or something filled out so they know what the difference is between the two.
It's fine, this is Chrissy, just requires more clarification, that's.
Thank you. And Amanda?
This is Amanda. I think that's true for all like new organizations and structures. Everyone is trying to figure things out. Everybody has a supervisor, everybody is an independent contractor. We don't have bosses necessarily, but we have supervisors. We can't have supervisors. So I can see that it's a learning curve.
And Sammy?
Now I'm now confused. So you don't know ASL. You don't hold licenses.
Not interpreter licenses.
You're mentoring and evaluating their sign language interpreting skills. You just said that.
Mm-hmm.
but you don't hold a license and you supervise. I'm not understanding why you don't hold a license.
We have administrative licenses.
You have to hold it. No license, no license. I'm confused about how, this is not semantics.
See, this is why we need to change.
This is you need to have a license.
This is Christy. In order to do my job, I'm a teacher of the deaf. And I have my administrative license. And I happen to also know sign language. My role is to evaluate the job performance of my interpreters.
That's supervisor. And you're evaluating a provisional or an education.
Well, then this has got to drastically change.
But we don't have provisional
Right.
interpreters in education.
But yes, this is, doesn't
Really
have
none.
to have supervision in education, so no supervision is required. Didn't think about that. So this is totally irrelevant.
No.
And you could employ,
They don't have to.
or any, like I employ people that can provide supervision of provisional licenses, like my boss does not know sign language. They employ a MEL to monitor and do that work. And that is when if I should ever leave, they may never replace a MEL, but they may just hire an interpreter who holds a supervisory license that then tells my boss and gives performance feedback on the interpreting piece. There's avenues for this.
Right. And since education, no supervision is required, so it's.
I'm just saying, even in other settings,
I wasn't thinking that.
there's ways to work through this. Like, it is a benefit to have an interpreter who holds a supervisory license.
Right.
And Christy?
Just one last comment. I would not be able to ask a peer to evaluate their peer and give me feedback and use that in their evaluation. So I could not hire a supervisor licensed interpreter. Yes, but they are also not able to evaluate.
Just so.
Trust me, I've got 67 people and.
Wait,
And just one moment, if you don't mind repeating what you just said there, Christy.
Yes, teacher on special assignment is what Mel was recommending. However, that person is still considered a teacher. They are not an administrative role, and they are not allowed to evaluate their colleagues. So there's barriers there. But we're gonna let this go because we realize we don't actually need this.
Yeah, supervision is 100% not required for education. So it isn't in any way relevant to provisional license, which alrighty, so. We could change the name,
Let's move on.
Because it's not required. Right. If it does change, and you do have people working provisionals in education, you'll have to rethink that. So that might be something you want to have to legislature about.
I'll say my boss.
Okay. So do we want to start from the top? Number one, to be the supervisor.
Page 14, is that where you're at?
Page 14.
Like, step on.
Love it, it's beautiful.
Amanda?
This is Amanda. Sammy, receive written approval, so, what's that? There's a C, little tiny C next to it. Receive written approval from HLO to supervise. What is entailed in that? Just getting my supervisory license?
Or do you have to meet the requirements of the rule? So.
Oh, as long as I don't have any pending disciplinary action.
Don't have that act right.
And I have a supervisory license, you will give me approval. In writing.
Attached to this provisional saying you're responsible.
Okay. Oh, it's specific, I see, okay, it's specific to the person who put my name down on their form. Okay.
And Caitlin?
Caitlin speaking. Do we want to add business to within 5 days again?
No?
Number 3. I don't know, her or his, do we have to have gender pronouns in that? Okay, so that's for you say them.
They, this is right there, they. There.
Interpreter. The interpreter field is very rainbow-esque. So there's a lot of diversity, and I just want to be respectful of people. Their pronouns, the way we write things has an impact.
Yes, Amanda?
This is Amanda. Couldn't it just say when the supervisor discontinues supervision of, like, you don't need any pronouns at all?
I'm sorry, can you say that last remark? Were we removing the pronouns, you said, Amanda? Like, remove them?
Amanda says, yeah, I think we can have that whole sentence without pronouns in there at all. So the supervisor and then stops. I think that whole thing reads fine without the use of pronouns. Number 6.
Amanda?
This is Magda. I'm wondering if we just see, like, imagine someone who creates a supervisor farm or something, and we have everybody run through the supervisor farm, and other people who feel like, oh, one is enough, so where is that balance? Somebody who has a ton of people they supervise versus 1. So honestly, 6 is just a totally made up number. I mean, I'm fine, it's fine with whatever you think about, but we're just gonna have to see what happens after the community and how things play out in real time. We just gotta figure out what our capacity is for each supervisor. So if I have a full-time job and I'm a supervisor, I'm not gonna have very many. You're not gonna have 30 plus. I certainly would recommend that. Or maybe you just have 1. I don't know if the number is super important, but maybe we should throw in something to start.
Make sure that you've read 4 and 5. Those were about an hour spent, maybe 2 on those.
Caitlin?
So are they talking about a full hour or half an hour or 45 minutes? Once a month?
The document doesn't say. No?
It is vague.
Amanda?
So Amanda, so we had the discussion, then we for each individual, we meet with them once. So suppose you meet with them for 5 minutes once a month. Are you gonna be able to evaluate process or their progress? It's gonna be certainly slow moving at that point. So should we leave it vague? I don't remember what we decided on.
This is Lori. My memory is we intentionally decided to leave it vague because some people are gonna take a whole lot more time than others, and I just think that's getting really nitpicky if we mandate 30-minute meetings or something.
This is Christy. Will we? What? I'm just playing out the scenario. So maybe they meet once a month, 10 minutes, and the supervisor signs off. What are the repercussions for the supervisor and the interpreter if they're not actually doing their due diligence? We have to go through the complaint process from someone. Like what happens, and I'm not saying that, you know, I think considering all possibilities, right? And if we're wondering about how they can measure progress over time, and we're not defining that, which I agree with, but then what are the repercussions if the supervisor is signing off and then they're not actually doing their due diligence?
After this, we're gonna do an interpreter switch.
So, good question. A couple things come to mind. If an application is falsified and you didn't do these things and the training records didn't show that you met with them and they had training records, the number of interpreting events they had, or whatever that looks like for the specific interpreter and the supervisor, original and supervisor. So it would depend, but if you falsified an application, come from there. You could have your supervision status revoked or withdrawn straight away. Or there could be a complaint of some kind that the consumer was misled or harmed or whatever, and then we would probably look at the supervisor and
This is Amanda. Can I ask a follow-up? I know we haven't gotten to like discipline without being fake. What is the culpability of the supervisor if the provisional person gets a complaint? So what Christy laid out was a lax supervision leader, potentially, right? And so then there would be, you know, responsibility there. What if the supervisor is doing their due diligence and there's a complaint against the provisional licensed interpreter? What is the culpability of the supervisor? It would just be, but you would look into both at that point. If they have a supervisor, you would look into both.
I don't know, which kind of complaint. It would be people know what the complaint said, an investigator and a subject matter expert, and like what path to go. Might consult the board. So many options that could happen.
Natalie? Yeah, this is Natalie. I just want to say that also, like, if we include up something like, that supervisor would be responsible if, you know, if it's like the interpreter is, you know, there's a complaint against the interpreter, I think they will have less interpreters willing to be supervisors, because I mean, there are always complaints, there are always concerns, and just because, you know, when we had let's say that they have a session, they went over some things, that doesn't mean it covers everything. There can still be a complaint later on. So I feel like making the supervisor responsible for that, and it will just make,
I know smaller pool, we could do that anyway.
Yeah, so just.
Okay.
This is Darcy. That's a really great question and discussion. So on that supervision form, the application for who will be supervising the interpreter, are there specific hours or times that they have to agree upon? Like, is there a minimum, like a half an hour or once a month or more than that? I'm just wondering if we need to clarify that a little bit further. I don't want to have any misunderstandings. So is HLO going to be following up on this?
So this is Sammy. So you have some options here. You could do, like many of our programs where they actually develop a training program that we would ensure based on whatever the layout is, that provisional receipt. So for hearing aid, it has there's for like body piercing. You have to have X number of this type of piercing, X number of this type of piercing, X number of this, and this many hours of direct this many hours were observed. So you could lay it out that way, and then we have something objectively to quantify that somebody met those provisions, or you could be more vague and you say, to supervise and use whatever the next license, whatever their qualifications are, to ensure that that provisional meets the minimum standards. So a test or certification. So you can do it either way. Or you could be in the middle. So like Polly's sleep technicians, 30 sleep tests. And there's not a lot of specificity around that. It kind of goes through what the sleep test entails as far as experience, but that's it. You have to have 30 sleep tests under supervision, sign, check, done. So you could be really specific, medium specific, not specific.
This is Christy. It feels like a middle of the road approach is probably one that will serve everyone. And it seems like if they have to meet monthly, we know they're gonna meet monthly for a year, and that person has to reapply for a license. So it seems like monthly with a total number of hours or minutes. Because one month you might meet for 30 minutes, and the next month you might meet for an hour and a half, but you want to get to the end goal of a specified amount of time.
Could you do it like, so for electrology, if they're doing electrology on the genital area, it takes a couple hours at a time. If they're doing the lips, I mean, the mouth lip, it could be only 30 minutes. So rather than saying X number of hours, they say 400% chance. So is there a way to say 30 interpreting appointments? I don't know how I can say this. Something, you could also do something like that.
This is Mel. I'm thinking also, we could say a minimum of 1 hour per month, right? And then if you've got that new interpreter who's like, I'm going for certification in 5 years or break, you might meet with me a lot more because they want a lot more guidance, mentoring, coaching, and all that wonderful stuff we put in here, right? That's to the discretion of the provisional interpreter. Right? So there's that framework. And depending on who that interpreter is and where they want to specialize, is going to dictate how many hours they want in criminal work or juvenile, legal work or medical or CPS or mental health. Like we can't foresee that in our applicant. But once we get to know the person and we create a plan, it's going to shift over time because they're going to say they want mental health and then they're going to cry all the time and say, no, that's not for me. And they're going to go to someplace happy. It's going to be different. So like, I think the minimum, and then we have to create a goal together and work towards it together. And that could, I don't know if that's part of the paperwork, I want to say that, but it's consumer driven. It's the provisional license person is going to determine how many hours and that they want. And in rural places and with some deaf interpreters, they might only be offered 5 hours of work a month. They're only going to be offered 10 hours of work a month. So we can't really foresee the limits.
Christine. So just to restate, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It really, and we want to put the onus back on the provisional person. They need to, do it. So are you saying leave it as it states monthly and that's it? Or are you saying define a time?
I like that. Because that permits more.
So a minimum of an hour.
Caitlin speaking. I kind of like Christy's idea about total hours in a year, because then that allows some time where, like, I've got a busy December. I can't meet for an hour, but I can meet for 3 hours in February. So I like that idea of having a goal. By the end of the year, we will meet for 15 hours. Just absolutely people can meet more if they want. But I think it's good to have some flexibility.
Do you want more?
It's fair to say 1 year you must meet these 15 hours. You know, I know some students wait until the very end, you know, and then they get 15 hours, and then during the whole rest of the year, they didn't have anything, you know? So I feel like once a month and have some flexibility, like or an agreement or something like an exception.
Can you do both? Can't you say we'll meet monthly? And by the end of the year, have a minimum of 12 or 15 hours.
Lots of agreements happening.
Say it again.
And then this is
Darcy, if you have a minimum set for the year, so you have a minimum number of hours, you know, you can meet once a month, you can meet twice in 1 month. But I think providing a little bit of flexibility to kind of spread things out throughout the year, I think is important. Also, it would help the supervisor's responsibility. It could also, what was I looking at before? I don't remember if it was there or I don't remember where I read it. If you have, say, 4 supervisees, you could all meet in a group supervision once a month. Maybe that would help sacrifice some of those hours. You could meet individually. You could meet 2 here and 2 there. There's some flexibility in that concept as well. Maybe you could have 2 people that like work together and practice together. Maybe the supervisees could work together as a group as well, as part of their supervision. I don't know, do you want to add that?
Sammy, did you still want me to repeat, or do you feel like you have it? Okay.
I'm not sure if you want 1 hour, every 3 days, or some no time, or I'm not sure.
I think my understanding is we seem to have some consensus around, we'll meet in person or remotely once per calendar month for a total of, or for a minimum of so many hours. What's the magic number per year? 14? 15? So.
Just throwing numbers out there at this point.
12?
We heard 15.
what do you think? I mean, 12 is fine for me. Well, you guys have more understanding of what is needed. What's your expertise? And this is Mel, in the spirit of that idea to grow an interpreter, to provide feedback, to improve their interpreting skills, you know, to have a better interpreter for our community. What I envision is if there's a new interpreter that you're sitting down with somebody once a month and that's all they're doing, you know, it's going to be slower for them to get to their goal of certification. But if there's someone who's more motivated and doing, you know, more sessions, then, you know, it's really, let's give that back to the provisional licensee, you know, and I feel like once a month is probably fine.
This is Darcy. So also like this supervisor, and as supervisors, what do you think? Should we have a minimum of once a month? And how often do you want to work with people? Would they be accepting of that? What do you guys think? It's Amanda.
That's Amanda. This kind of, you know, it's kind of interesting to see how this will roll out.
You know, there's so many people have different ideas of what supervision means. You know, I have an idea, we meet once a month. You know, I imagine that person doing other things, you know, having other opportunities, learning different things, practicing on their own. They're not just doing it during my hour with them. So if they're actually just meeting with me once a month and that's all they're doing, right, that is going to be a super slow process, but I can't do it for them, right? So I'm here to support them. I'm here to support their journey. I can't do it for them. Am I willing to meet with that person for an hour, you know, an hour 15 every month? Because if you divide 15 by 12, that's an hour 15 minutes a month. You know, I'm not really great at keeping track of time myself, for one, and really it depends on their needs, you know, because maybe 1 month, you know, we're really diving into something, and then the next month they're like, you know, they give this one tip, and I say, yeah, you need to practice this one thing. So, boy.
We could pause for the interpreters to switch.
Once a month, I think we pause to get food construct. Yeah. Yeah. So we have number 5, a supervisor must meet with the SLI provisional license holder in person or remotely once per calendar month for a minimum of 15 hours per calendar year.
Caitlin speaking. Mel has suggested that maybe we take it down to 12 hours per calendar year.
Because Amanda can't count.
I appreciate you accommodating me. It's hard.
And then number 6 is the supervisor may supervise up to one number of provisionals or Yep. Yeah. So number 6 is the supervisor may supervise up to X number of SLI provisional license holders. Some boards have this, some boards don't.
Thank you. This is Natalie. Just for 5, I was just thinking that, I mean, there might be times where someone that has a provisional license, let's say for the first year, then the second year, they might just have it for 6 months or so. Should we just add something like maybe like, or prorated if less than a year or something like that within number 5? You know, because otherwise, like, they're gonna just have it for 6 months. Are they gonna be required to have 12 hours of, you know, or should we just do like 12 hours in a year or prorated based on the month? You know, maybe once, an hour a month. So I don't know. You know, just like, I don't know, I'm just mentioning just again, because there might be people that might just have the license for a shorter time.
Caitlin speaking. Would that 12 hours would have to be documented before they would be able to renew the provisional license, correct?
Renewal is renewal is renewal. This is when this is would be when you apply to be we would verify all this.
Because Tina, if you just put 1 hour per month, that would solve all your problems. There's no limit to how many hours per year. It's just an hour a month. And it wouldn't matter if it was 6 months, 5 months license for that year. It's just an hour per month. Be a lot easier.
Amanda. This is Amanda. Can I clarify what you said? So you're saying I don't have to prove that I've been supervised until I'm applying to the generalist, and then I submit to you that I did all the things for provisional? But when I want to renew provisional, you just say, sure, whether I've done my supervision or not? That's confusing to me. Is it just me? That seems weird. Okay. I mean, if that's what it is, that's what it is. I just have to.
You have to have as many requirements as you want in a renewal.
And that's what sorry, can we go back to what we were saying about renewal? You're talking about what is going on, are we on the number 5?
I'm talking about what Sammy just said. So if I apply for renewal of my provisional, they just give it to me, I don't have to prove anything, they just give me the renewal. But if I apply for generalist license, then I would have to prove that I did all of my requirements.
Or provisional license, so whatever we have here, like the minimum hours, all that we have down. So that was kind of shocking for my brain to process, to work that out internally. This is Darcy, right. I agree, because let's say a person is a provisional license holder, they're going along, maybe they're not doing their monthly meetings, they're just kind of ho-humming it, and then they go back and they try to renew. They have to like, I feel like they need to have proof, you know, because like when they go back to the generalist, you can look back, I feel like that's fine, because you can look back and say, oh, they weren't following it. You can look back at the generalist license and when they're applying and say, well, you need to do more. And then the provisional person, I mean, that's one way to look at it, you know, or they can get the generalist because they passed. I don't know. So the provisional is gonna have to be, you know, they have to prove themselves in order to apply for that generous license. So really the responsibility is on the provisional license holder to do all their requirements. Go ahead, Amanda.
Another thing I just want to ask this group here. Okay, so I have a provisional license. I apply for renewal, you give it to me. I apply for renewal, you give it to me. I'm ready to go to generalist. I apply for generalist, you look back and see that I've never met with a supervisor. But I got all the renewals.
You can say, this is renewal, a license.
Okay.
And right now it is, you have to fill out the form, you have to pay a fee.
Okay.
That's it. You could say, fill out a form, pay a fee, wear a blue shirt, take 45,000 hours of this, do this, do this, do this, but whatever you
So if I fill out
have,
the form.
you need a measurement tool.
Yeah.
You start adding these specificity around what we would be looking for in renewal. Usually it's in attestation, but
Yeah.
This is Tina. Let's go to like hearing aid as specialist or electrologist or body piercing. If they sign, they put down who their supervisor is, that supervisor signs. And that supervisor also knows that they have X amount of hours to complete within their training program. So they can renew their trainee license. We're not gonna ask for those hours at the time of renewal. We're gonna ask for those hours from that supervisor when they're done. And it's up to that supervisor to make sure that they are giving those hours done.
Caitlin? Caitlin speaking. So then, do we need to change 8B, which says supervisor must maintain all supervision records for a minimum of 2 years following completion of supervision? If I'm supervising somebody for 5 years, but I got rid of their records 3 years ago.
Go ahead, Tina.
That was I had read ahead, and I thought if you're a professional for up to 5 years, that needs to be changed to where the supervisor maintains them either until they've completed and
completion.
It
says completion.
Oh, okay, but it also says for minimum of 2 years.
Right, so you complete the supervision and you got a whole document.
Oh, another
have
2
it for
years
separate.
passed. Okay.
That's not fair.
Yeah, maybe it needs to be, Christina, sorry, I reworded. Also, another thing I was gonna add, if you have a supervisor and that supervisor is no longer going to supervise you, then they need to give something to that provisional of the hours that they already have documented. And then they take those to the next supervisor, and then whatever they do with that next supervisor is that it.
Amanda, this is Amanda, and maybe jumping way ahead, so feel free to be like, shh. But, I don't see under the generalist where I would give you proof of having complied with my provisional license.
Start with that license, yeah.
But even in the temporary rules, there's nothing about that.
We're halfway with that, we didn't do that.
Okay. So currently,
Natalie?
okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Temporarily, in the temporary rules, you have to have supervision as a provisional, but you don't ever have to prove that.
Not, I mean, it's, if you say you did it and you lie,
Yeah.
I mean, you could be found.
So it's the opposite. Which is, that's fine, I just want to be clear.
And they're permanent.
Sorry, thank you. Temporary.
Go ahead, Natalie.
So just to clarify, so what I'm hearing is like, we could just not specify like the number of hours here and then just specify as in the generalist license and say, okay, if you have a provisional license, you must have at least, you must prove that you have at least 12 hours or 15 hours or whatever the number you choose of supervisor, interactions and stuff like that. Right, it might correct, because it doesn't really apply for this, but it's gonna apply for the general list. So we don't really have to specify a specific number of hours of this one, we just have to say in the general list, okay, to get this license, if you had a provisional license, you have to show that you had 12 or 6, whatever the number of hours of supervise.
Yeah, go ahead, Heather.
I'm gonna try to answer that, Sammy, William. I think it matters in two regards. One, you want to make this a requirement for obtaining the generalist license, that would be one thing. But the other thing is that provisional licensee is required to be practicing under the supervision of 2 different license types. So if you find that that supervision requirement is necessary in a monthly basis type of supervision, then you would want to include it in that regard. That's what supervision means, that you're practicing under supervision while you're provisional and you do this. It's 2 different things.
Yeah, it would be a pathway through provision. But maybe it isn't a pathway. Maybe they go provisional and then they are able to take their RID. Or whatever.
Darcy. I might be off topic here, but I have a question. Let's say you want to have 2 or 3 supervisors. Let's say you have a primary supervisor that you meet with, let's say a minimum of, the 12 hours, and then you have 2 others. Do we need to have 12 hours per supervisor that you have, or how is that gonna lay out? You need to add that? Are you gonna, have you have 3 supervisors and have minimums for all of that, or is that just gonna be a general minimum amount of hours per month per year? I just wanted a little bit of clarification about that.
I think it depends on, do you want if there is 5 supervisors, do you want there to be a primary? Do you want everyone to be in charge of their own supervision? If you want them to be a primary, you could say the primary has to do X. If you don't want, there's supervisors in charge of their own stuff, then you just leave it supervisor, they meet for 12 hours, they keep their training records, and then when that, that provisional, does whatever they're gonna do, then they would supply all that information. That's completely up to you, how you want supervision to work out for supervisor.
Thanks, Amanda.
So for number 7, it says, if there's more than one supervisor, you must have one primary. That's what it currently says, so I'm recommending, I don't want a primary and have one person be in charge of, gathering all the information from everyone else. I would prefer what your second example was, where each one takes care of their own managing of that information so that it doesn't all fall on one person. I don't want that. That's my opinion. So I feel, it would be up to each supervisor to kind of manage their own information.
It's up to the provisional to gather all that information. Go ahead, Mel.
Mrs. Mel speaking. I'm thinking about, or wondering, if I'm someone's primary and someone's going off to apply for something specific and then they document and I see that on the form that's documented, then do we add whatever has been documented elsewhere to the records that I have? So if they're going off and doing their own sort of work and they're documenting that, and I can just add that, or for the provisional license, does there need to be?
So a provisional licensee is seeing me for a specific thing, and then they want to go to another person to see like mental health. They want to get more, help with that thing. They can transfer it to another person. They can just document those hours themselves. I mean, do you see anything wrong with that? And then they could just be getting them themselves. Lori.
This is Lori. I guess my take is you need to have, if we establish 12 hours, you need to have 12 hours signed off by your primary supervisor. Beyond that, my take is, that's great, you're doing that, but you don't need that to get your next license.
And if we could pause again for the interpreters to switch. All right, we can continue, thank you.
Sorry, Caitlin.
Go ahead, Caitlin. Caitlin says it's fine.
I'll speak. Caitlin speaking. I feel like it makes more sense to have the documentation of supervision attached to a provisional renewal rather than saving it all until you're ready to move up to generalist.
No, I agree.
I agree, Mrs. Darcy. Go ahead, Amanda.
This is Amanda. I'm trying to think from a compliance perspective and from a we want them to do these things perspective. So I get the whole they have to tell the truth kind of thing. But you could theoretically, not that we want to build it for these exceptions, but theoretically, I could be a provisional interpreter for 5 years, have a supervisor that I didn't meet with except sporadically. And then I do whatever the generalist requires and I just get a generalist license. Like if I pass a test or whatever, we haven't decided that yet, right? But theoretically, right? I can meet generalist without ever having done provisional, correctly or not, right? So then I think I'm kind of with that in terms of how do we get that paperwork to go with provisional, because it only really matters for provisional that you are working under supervision. It doesn't matter for generalist, it doesn't matter for supervisory. So how do we get that practice attached to provisional?
I mean, the record's required. I don't know that we necessarily need to have our eyeballs on it, but you would sign a paper saying you're supervising, and then you said that you're gonna do it for 12 hours per calendar year, once a month. And, are they just testing on a renewal that they did, the supervisor, you're having the supervisor sign the renewal, play this out for me.
And maybe this is just, sorry.
Go ahead, Amanda.
This is Amanda. Maybe this is just too random and rare. But it just seems like if you're not in compliance, you shouldn't get a renewal. If you haven't been doing the things that are required of a provisional license, then how can you get another one?
You have provisional license that those are required. You can say that those are required for renewal. You absolutely.
I guess that's what I get.
Go ahead, Tina.
You can break it down however you want. We're not going to want each renewal, all that documentation that come in just to renew a license. So you make it, you have to meet with your supervisor 1 hour single month, 12 hours a year, period. Or 1 hour a month, or 1 hour each month up until your renewal, and you will self-attest on the renewal that you've been doing that.
Yeah.
And we just call it good.
Amanda?
I think attestation, or however you say the word, works. My question is, as if I'm a supervisor and I have these documents and I have to keep them for 2 years afterwards, is it just in case I'm audited or there's an investigation? I never actually pass this over to you unless there's an issue. That makes total sense to me, like your taxes or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you just have to keep a file for a period of time. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Mel?
And if the provisional licensee does not approach me as supervisor and pursue that supervision, then I can remove my name from their licensure. Probably, hopefully the licensure office would recognize that eventually.
Tina?
And you can even put in there, like we do any of our other ones, you have 5 days to notify us of a new supervisor. If you don't have a supervisor, hours aren't gonna count. Some of our other boards, if you don't have a supervisor, you can't do anything until you have a supervisor.
Amanda?
This is Amanda. I think that's right. We can't, our statement was that it should not be working without the supervisor, correct? Okay, that was correct.
Mel?
For number 6. Number 6. Thinking on number 6, how can we say the supervisor can accept as many provisional licensees as they can manage responsibly, wording like that. So there's no specific number, there's no limit.
Yeah, leave some added.
Just take that out. You know, take those for the supervisory forms.
No.
Number 9. For the form, who is creating the form? Oh, there's someone over here. Okay, Tina, okay. Ready? Are we done? Ready for general? Okay.
Sure, you ready? You wanna go right past 13?
We're good with it. All of it.
So do we want to discuss, this is Darcy, do we need to discuss, what we were talking about with Natalie, what she wrote, do we need to clarify the expectations? There's nothing written there, there's no explanation. Do we need to clarify that, what the expectations are?
I'm gonna say right here, I think it's here, right? Not connected with it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I follow that, okay. All right. No, so where is the bonus section up here?
So I just basically pulled what we already have in the rule, and it's just to work from that. You can approach it like provisional with different pathways.
Hold on 1 second, sorry, Tammy. Okay, all right, go ahead.
I was just saying that I just copy and pasted from what's already in the rule, this is the starting point, but you can approach it like pathways. There's, in this circumstance, there's only basically two, there's exam and certification, but maybe there's experience and provisional. Maybe you want them to always have pass an exam or it's credential. And you can really do it any way you want.
Mel saying that means.
What she's saying, that means we can add that alternate pathway we'd like to for a deaf interpreter in this portion. This is Amanda, and not only for the deaf interpreters, but also for maybe those who have massive experience but do not meet those specific requirements for certification. I would like to see something category based on experience, training, something that would work for deaf interpreters, but also for interpreters who have been in the field quite a while.
Go ahead, Lori.
This is Lori. So a couple of thoughts. I don't see on the generalist requirements anything about if you've been on a provisional license, you now need to submit the hours that you've completed with your supervisor. And also, what if someone has a provisional license, is working on the hours with their supervisor, and then takes one of the tests and passes the test? Does that trump the need for the hours?
Maybe that's what you want the requirement. You provisional, you learn, and now you pass the test. Maybe you don't have that. That could be. You don't even have provisional mentioned. Just you learned, now you take the test and pass it. It gets certified.
But then at no point would we be requiring them to submit actual documentation of those hours that were completed, right?
Right. You'd be using your exam or registry or certification as your baseline minimum standard.
Heather?
This possibly could come into play if there's an allegation that someone isn't practicing under supervision.
Right.
So then that would be documentation of whether they were or were not.
And that is happening.
It's a good time now to switch interpreters. Yes, Amanda.
This is Amanda. I'm just wondering, for interpreters who become certified, that's fine. And what about those of us who, so do they have to prove that they're qualified for the generalist license? But some haven't taken a test yet, they don't know they're ready or whatever, but they still want to work. How does that work? What are the requirements for that group of people? So how are we getting requirements for, how are we proving that?
You say that again.
No.
Well, I don't think so, it didn't make sense. So for the generalist license, suppose they don't pass the test, fine. The other category of people who haven't taken the test, or they have so many years of experience under their belt, or philosophical reasons they don't want to take the test. How does that group of people show that they are a qualified interpreter to get the general license? So they're certified, fine. That's one approach, but what about the other people who don't have that? How do they prove that they're a qualified interpreter to get the general license? What evidence do they need to show? You guys.
I may not be fully understanding the question.
It's a bad question.
But aren't we saying they must take the test, a test from this menu, and that in and of itself will prove? So there's an and there, but I don't know what the and is.
You tried it. Want me to try?
Do you think you get what I'm saying?
I got it, yeah. So today, there's a list of credentials, which some people may need to today. There's a list of exams, which people may need, and they get the generalist. But then there's this other group of people who have been doing it for 40 years. They're not going to get one of the credentials. They're not going to take the test. They just have a lot of experience. And they've got some training, maybe from suppose, similar to the provisional. What does that arena look like?
Sorry, what does that, what?
Or what does that pathway look like? And then keeping in mind that the supervisory license requires 3 years of experience.
No?
Okay. I have a response to stand over there. Wow. So we have two buckets. One pathway for deaf interpreters and another one for interpreters who have lots of experience. Maybe they have an RID or another certification, an older certification, and their lives happen to be, they get pregnant or their lives take a turn. And they let their license lapse or certification lapse for whatever reason. So they've already passed the test. They already have the proof that they are. Maybe they're an incredibly trusted, valued interpreter in the community, whatever. Okay, so holding on to that thought, switching back over to the other bucket. So the other alternative pathway for deaf interpreters. This is no suggestion. One is the ASLPI or something other, some sort of language assessment. The Gallaudet has their own test called whatever they're using.
They use the ASLPI as well.
So you get like a 4 or above, right?
Yes.
So what if that person only gets a 2?
No.
Oh, and 2 letters of recommendation. So hold on. So one agency uses this person all the time. And some of the consumers are like, I thought one letter could be from the consumer. So maybe like talking about their English can be oppressive. I don't know. Maybe a coworker from a hearing interpreter, some other second letter of recommendation. And they're able to prove, some social training, deaf interpreter training now, I think, has 40 pathways. Is that what we just decided on in Florida?
That's been dropped.
It's dropped. Okay.
That's been dropped. It's, yes, but.
So any sort of like specialty training, it could be for deaf-blind interpreting or tactile or deaf interpreting training, something, some sort of even general interpreting skills training of some sort. Without a specific number of hours. High school diploma. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
This is Darcy. Yes, Amanda.
So you have the provisional. So you have 2 letters of recommendation. Shoot, I just lost my camera. Okay, no, it's gone. Really, that's what I'm saying. Mel says, I guess the meaning behind all of this stuff is the agency. They never got negative feedback. They use this interpreter all the time. This deaf interpreter, and so they've kind of worked their way through the ranks, worked their way through the system.
Yes, Amanda.
Okay, I just remembered what I was going to say. Special training, we haven't said anything about special training, we just say training. Just because hearing interpreters have, for general interpreting, they have general interpreter trainings, medical, legal, whatever, they're licensed requirements. So we don't necessarily need that. So special training about what? Just training in general, I think is enough. Maybe we can specify the number of hours to be, I don't know, whatever we want, more than provisional. In addition to provisional, or on top of, or like 80 hours, or like something more. It could be sort of individualized or proportional to hearing interpreters. Because we have a minimum skill level for hearing interpreters, so deaf interpreters, I don't want that to necessarily be different. I think we need to have an equivalent. So maybe set up a minimum.
This is Darcy speaking now. For the hearing interpreters requirements, minimal requirements as far as without certification or with certification, what is the minimum hours of training for a hearing interpreter compared to a deaf interpreter? Because then the deaf interpreter, if we set that minimum, they could meet that minimum number of hours, but they would need opportunities as well. There are a lot fewer opportunities for that than are offered to the hearing interpreters. And then, like Mel had mentioned, 40 hours, and that sounds reasonable, like a reasonable minimum. 40 hours, I think they could probably get training 40 hours in the community. But you're right, the training can just be a general training, not necessarily specialized. And then something that's equivalent to the certification for the hearing interpreters, that's a good question.
This is Amanda again. I guess my point about minimum is that you don't want to set a number of hours. I think it depends on qualification. So you have these coursework, well, let's see. You have advanced skills, this is some advanced skills, but the RID and IC has a minimum skill requirement. So you don't have to take any additional hours training, you just go take the test and you pass or you don't. So what's the equivalent for that? We haven't decided that. As opposed to, the 40 hours minimum, I think that's fine. We still need to collect data. I mean, I agree as far as the generalized training goes that we don't have a lot of especially training for deaf interpreters. We just don't have that yet. So I think general training, I think is fine. And I think as far as we have minimum qualifications, I think we're good. Amanda again, sorry. Sorry. So back to Mel's comment about, designing the other thing, getting 2 letters of recommendation, having the 2 baskets that she was talking about earlier, they're not the same. For hearing interpreters who let their license lapse or they have lots of experience in the field, it's not the same. So, but why is this? No.
Yes, Mel, what is your vision for that second basket?
I'm not really qualified. So we have the 2 baskets. So do we, it's very, very skilled interpreters over here who have let their certifications lapse. I want them to be able to continue working, of course. They're trusted, they're respected. Things happen, life happens. So can they show, or they can't pass the test for money reason, whatever that is. I don't know what that would even look like. For OJD, for the system, I had to prove that I had worked in legal. I had to, and if I didn't interpret in courts for 2 years or something, without proving, I would lose my certification, my court certification. So they still see me as, and I still practice, but.
And I show it by tax documents,
But I need a letter from the court themselves to show and prove that I'm still a functional, clear-minded interpreter. Twitch. So there's still some sort of proof we need for the quality of work. So to back up a little bit about your comment about what's the difference between the two, I guess hearing interpreters have a lot more privilege and a lot more training opportunities and tests they can take. Whereas the deaf interpreters, they have what? The RID now has the CL, and I missed the interpreter mix. And the hearing interpreters have a lot of other opportunities.
We don't need to list them. There's plenty.
So I guess that's what my point is it's not equitable.
Christy?
So I'm not thinking about our 4th pathway for deaf interpreters. I'm thinking about hearing interpreters who may have let their license lapse. And maybe this is a devil's advocate sort of perspective, but as an administrator or a teacher, if I let my license lapse, I don't get to do work. So it isn't the intent of this bill and this now law is to make sure that we have licensed interpreters who are qualified to do work. So why would we make an exception for people life happens and that's understandable, but it happens everywhere. And you still need to be able to have a license to drive a car. And if you don't have your license and you get pulled over, there's consequences, right? So I guess I'm just trying to figure out why we would want to create an alternative for them. It seems to me you must demonstrate or you can't do the work.
Amanda?
This is Amanda. I understand your point about having less opportunities in the deaf interpreter world compared to hearing interpreter world. But they still need to prove that they're qualified in order to do it. So how do you prove it? Maybe that's what the difference is, and that's what we need to talk about. The concept's the same. You still have to prove that you are a qualified interpreter. And I just brought up the RID alternative pathways. So some of the hours change to experience, some of the degrees, but some of it doesn't apply to both deaf and hearing interpreters. Or it could.
It does apply to
It
both.
does apply to both.
The alternative pathway allows you to create, instead of the degree, a certain number of experience hours can translate the equivalent of a degree.
So Lori, I agree with you, there should be consequences. So does one basket, so to speak, have, let's see, some of those interpreters are incredibly smart, but they disagree with RID and the national system. So they've decided not to participate in that system and not get certified. But they have many, many years of experience that are highly qualified. They have learned and done what they need to do to be where they're at. But they still need to.
And we want them in the profession.
And they need to have access to licensing. So even though they don't have their national certification, that shouldn't impede them from being involved in our local licensing system.
And that's different than having a credential that's lapsed.
We take this moment to change interpreters.
No?
So your bucket for the, the on-the-street sign language interpreters, they could be included with the interpreters that let their certification lapse. Why not? Amanda, can you start over? Sorry.
So sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't even raise my hand.
Yeah, that's all good.
Out of order.
Okay, this is Amanda.
So you can include people who have had their certification lapse, who have never taken the certification. This could include deaf interpreters, people who learned like on the streets, school hard knocks. So should be a pathway for a license because we value the certification, but we also value the license. So there's value in assessment, there's value in licensing, and there's value, and I recognize that other people do have skills that don't necessarily fit in that box.
Mel? This is Mel. Wow. This is a sticky situation I'm not happy with. That's my facial expression. I'm not happy right now. So some interpreters are very, very skilled but can't pass the ASL/PI. That at that level. They have test anxiety or they freak out or whatever, right? They just become that deer in the headlights. So, and I want to protect, I want to protect the deaf users. We have to have something in place to filter out them to protect our deaf users. So as a deaf interpreter, Darcy, a language assessment and didn't have, but do you think that they would still be good enough? Is that equivalent to a hearing interpreter? What's your perspective on that? I'm very curious.
This is Darcy. That's a good question. People who can't pass the ASL/PI at the minimum go to the SLPI. They can take that test. I don't know. Again, if you have a deaf person who's promoted to be an interpreter but can't pass the ASLPI or the SLPI, But maybe they learned they grew up signing, but not signing, or maybe they learned ASL at a later age, or lots of different things can come into play here, but they still want to be an interpreter. But they still need to have the mental language skills. So you said hearing interpreters, they can practice, they can build their skills, they can socialize, they can learn the skills and build their skills, and have those expressive skills. But they need to socialize more in order to gain those skills. So I guess as far as a deaf interpreter who can't pass those tests, maybe they need to socialize more, and then maybe they can build their own skills and improve in order to pass those exams, just like a hearing interpreter would. I feel like that's an equivalence. So people who work in the schools, deaf institutions, deaf schools, to get more money or whatever.
For example, OSD and Washington School for the Deaf, there's a lot of motivated people. They want to get more money, so they're trying to get those tests so that they can advance their skills and get more compensation. I feel like interpreters should also have that same strive, So for the hearing interpreters and the deaf interpreters, I know a few deaf interpreters they go along, they take all the training, and then later they can't pass the ASLPI, and some of them realize, you know what, maybe this just isn't a good fit for me. My advanced skills as an interpreter, I just, maybe I'm better as a one-on-one, like maybe there's a different situation where my skills are better honed compared to just being a generalist interpreter,
A long answer for a very simple thought, but there you go. Christine. Sorry.
I realize it's important, the ASLPI, I understand the importance behind that. So that's a conversational test. That's so different than interpreting a language. So if I have somebody that is great at, going back and forth, but in conversation, they don't follow all the exact rules, the syntax, there's deaf people too that are great, they can connect all the things and then they can reinterpret. That's a super important skill, but they can't pass the ASLPI. So again, back to the point of how do we filter and have proof that we have someone that's invested and offer them that chance. We need to start maybe a letter of recommendation from an agency, peer, something that shows, that the community says, yes, we want to invest in this person. So my point, no surprise, doesn't matter if that person is deaf or hearing. It doesn't matter about the deafness. It's about, I can see their potential, or I can see proof that they have had so many years of experience in working and they can do the job. They need a license. There needs a way in the system for them. We have to figure that out, how to get those people, Say your last sentence again, Amanda. Sorry, it's too much room. Something about too much room. Maybe deciding that pathway of, interpreting is too much, but for them, but allow them the opportunity to do that first. Christy?
So now I'm going to give the flip side of what I said earlier when I'm thinking about my role and our educational interpreters. And this goes back to that limit that they can only renew their license 5 times, because after that point, then they have to be able to qualify for one of these others. And I think that's where I would have concerns around potential some of the group you've talked about, where they've had experience, they're a great interpreter in the environment that they're in, but they cannot yet pass these scores. So I'm wondering, Sammy, if after we work through this, if you could share with us kind of what notes you have taken in regards to the points you want to address with that legislative group, and if there's anything else we wanted to ask that you pass on. And obviously you've already identified that limit as one of our concerns, and that is still a concern.
This is Darcy. I don't know if it's quite related to your comment, Christy, but I did want to mention another thought that I had. Some group of hearing interpreters are great interpreters, like for church. They're incredible, but interpreting out in general community, it's not so great. But in that one environment, they're incredible. And the skills that they have are unmatched. So they know their way in and out of, church services and songs and gospels. And so, for example, I mean, there's one really great interpreter is that you watch them in church and you think, wow, it's an incredible interpreter, but you see them out in the community and they're awkward and they just don't have the skills. They're just not up to par. So, do they take the test, for the community thing, and they're not going to pass, but they do have skills in other venues. So are they a good interpreter for out in the community? That person doesn't necessarily want that interpreter because it's not a good fit. So people who are in that environment, that church environment where they thrive, they know the ins and outs, their skills are different. So, I mean, church isn't part of the necessarily paid work that interpreters do, especially most often it's volunteer work. So, just throwing that out there as well. It's just something I was kind of
This is Mel. So because for a generalist license, it needs to be a little higher standard. It's not provisional, meaning, they could, this, for a generalist, they could do legal, they could do medical work. So it should be an advanced license. So I'm thinking about, the CASLI, C-A-L-S, whatever, the CASLI, I don't know how to, sorry. This is the interpreter, I always pronounce it wrong. So if they pass that, with the performance, do you feel that shows their motivation, their strive?
Darcy says, yeah, for hearing interpreters, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they can pass the test, and the knowledge test, and the study, the CASI, I mean, I think that would show, I mean, as long as they pass those things to prove that they can do it for hearing interpreters, yeah. Are deaf interpreters the same? That's for deaf interpreters. Oh, it's for deaf interpreters. So
that's one thing, this is Mel, that's one thing. So another thing there's another bucket to think about, generalist hearing interpreter, if they let their certification lapse. Now, we know, that we have to do better. We need to do better. We need to provide interpreters, that are, neurodiverse, that have autism, like those language tests, some people say yes and no, like sometimes you can pass in some other, yeah. So, and like Amanda said, that test, is for conversation. Some people don't do well with conversation, but other interpreters are great, and they interpret great though. So there's just this continuum of skills. So that test, does it apply to everybody here in Oregon? I don't think so. I don't see that set for a standard, for that, for everybody to look at. So I know other states like Massachusetts, they have a board. People sit down and, they have people observing and analyzing a person. We could create something different, depending on, we don't have to have just one test. We could have a variation, within our state, something.
Yeah, so what I was just, what I was looking at is that the generalist with that license, they can work in the educational, right? Just with that educational license. So what I was thinking is, what if we make like that minimum, requirements to be education, like whatever is needed for education? Because I mean, each one, like medical and legal, those already have specific requirements that they are going to need to meet in order for them to be able to work in those fields. So I feel like if we do it as a minimum requirement, whatever is needed for education, and then say like 2 years of experience for that, and then like they can do the testing, and then if they need to work in, if they want to work in education, then they have what it's needed, and if they don't, they can work in other areas. Again, I feel like maybe we can keep this as a minimum, because again, if they're gonna go into legal and medical, they're gonna have to, make sure that they have all their requirements. So they have all the requirements that are already set in place. So, I know that, there's the weekend.
Amanda. This is Amanda. So you mean one of the pathways could be whatever the requirements are for education plus years of experience would qualify them to get in the generalist bucket. And then another pathway could be having one of these credentials already passed, and they wouldn't even ever have to have been professional, potentially, right?
Yeah, and I feel like if we also say like, the 2 years of experience, because I understand that for supervisors, 3 years of experience. Right. So having that there, okay, so you have to have at least 2 years of experience as an interpreter, whether they do that educational, they do like any of these certifications. And then again, if they're gonna go into the other fields, they have to comply with those requirements. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that's not going to affect medical or legal.
If we could pause for the interpreters to switch.
Okay, this is Christy. So I'm looking at the generalist, and it says pick one from A or B, and B is the EIPA. But for the generalist, we've bumped the score to a 4.0, whereas for education, we currently still have it at 3.5.
Caitlin speaking, so maybe for generalists, we do bump it down to 3.5, supervisory bump it up to 4.
It's the same as the generalist, it's just.
I will say that last board meeting, they wanted the RAC to consider education license at a 4. When we get to education.
Christy says, no, not yet.
But Amanda, I don't want to jump too far. What data do you all have about educational interpreters, the IPA scores?
Then I will lose most of my interpreters.
Most of your interpreters are under a 4.0.
Tina, this is Tina, but remember, if they're already interpreters, when that rule comes into place, if they're already a supervisor license, have a license, they don't have to meet that requirement. If you're already licensed and it changes, you don't have to go back and re-meet that requirement.
You are grandfathered.
You're good.
Okay, go ahead, Christine.
For how long?
Right.
Because they're gonna have to renew. That's
No,
what I was thinking.
forever.
There's a limit.
Forever. Doesn't matter.
Okay, can you say that in kindergarten language one more time, so that I can absolutely make sure I hear you, because that could make a big difference.
Yeah. So if you've already met the requirements under the rules that are in place, and you're already a supervisor, and that rule changes to be a 4, these people that are licensed don't go back and meet that requirement. They continue to stay licensed.
But only at the supervision level, supervisory level. Yeah. Heather?
So this is Heather. So that person would have to maintain their license.
Correct.
If they didn't maintain their license, then they would have to go back and reapply
with the new standard.
under the new standards. There could also be rules set in place where upon renewal, this is, would be a decision, policy choice. Upon renewal, you have to meet something else. So there's that too, that could be something that would happen in the future. But currently, as it is, there's nothing like that in rule right now. If a person has that license and they maintain their license, they just maintain their license.
Thank you for clarifying. But that only applies to supervisory, not educational. So educational can only renew 5 times as it stands now, and then they must get something else. So during that 5 years, even if we said educational interpreters must have a 4.0, they're grandfathered in, but then that will end at 5 years, and now they must meet the other requirements. So that's where the concern is about that limited renewal period is for educational interpreters, for all the reasons we've hashed out over and over.
Natalie?
And I just want to clarify, which board, is it the Board of Education or like the Board of Sign Language that was, kind of wanted to the 4.0? Is it the Board of Education or the Board of Sign Language? Yes. Okay, another question. Didn't we say that we wanted to align whatever like the requirements are with this, but whatever the requirements are, let's say with that Board of Education, if the Board of Education is 3.5, then we want to align that with this, because otherwise it's going to be contradicting requirements. And then if they're already allowed to work based on the, again, Department of Education, they're allowed to work with a 3.5, then we're asking them to go up. I feel like it just contradicts, it just doesn't align very well. I feel like maybe we can just keep it as, whatever the Board of Education has as the minimum requirements.
Go ahead, Christy. So it's actually the reverse. The Department of Education is aligning with HLO.
Oh.
So what?
So they would.
I'm out. So again, to, look at the spirit behind what the community has set up with the 4.0.
To elevate those skills of our educational interpreters. So I'm curious about the data. How many of your interpreters retake the EIPA? Do they take it over and over again? And then Lori says, why would they take it?
Yeah, maybe your interpreters would pass. We don't know, right?
Go ahead, Christy.
I'm confident that some would pass. I'm also very aware that even recent interpreters that I have hired would not don't have a 4.0. So, and they have come from other places. These are not new interpreters. So I continue to have serious concerns about, now I agree with the intent of this. We want to elevate, but that's, I think we're a while back, we talked about sort of a graduated or a range, improve from to, y'all see assessments, developing, and then they've made progress, and so, right, so, again, a whole other thing to figure out, but I would be very concerned about going from here to here without something in the middle. Keep them going.
Caitlin.
This is Caitlin speaking. Also, I'm concerned about no EIPA locations here at all. So, you have to wait for results for 9 months, waiting and waiting. And if the educational interpreters right now all signed up for the EIPA, there would be such a long wait list, and then the 5 years might be up by then. So I'm concerned about that.
This is Darcy. One possibility is to develop a pathway for educational interpreters to provide them time to, up their scores. So maybe, they have 3.5 now, and then in 5 years, they need to have a 4.0. So give them a 5-year period to bring their skills up. That's just an example, 4, 3 years, whatever. But have a group, have a pathway for this group. And then that could apply, to hearing interpreters, that don't have certification, or a DI interpreter that can't take the EIPA test. That the DIs obviously have more limitations, so that could be one possibility for the EIPA. With the understanding that they would retake the EIPA. What would you guys think about that?
Oh, this is Lori. I think what you're talking about is exactly what is on the paper already. Because educational interpreters are required to have a 3.5 now, and to move to the generalist in 5 years, they should have the 4.0. Right.
For education.
Right.
For that group.
But I think what we're concerned about is that 5 years.
I'm talking about, for example, let's say someone's working in the rural area, often those interpreters, work out in the community as well, correct? There's just not enough interpreters there. Meaning their opportunity for general interpreting, that kind of different appointments, we need to have that support out for those rural interpreters. That's just my thought compared with, in our big cities, there's such a different perspective for the different areas.
This is Lori. Yes, although if you have an educational interpreter with an education license and they're rural, they can't be doing those general assignments. They can only be doing educational assignments.
Currently.
Right. Oh, so you're suggesting that they be able to do more general work?
They don't have to, but I've heard some interpreters, in those rural areas, they do interpret out in different, doctor's appointments, little simple interpretation things out in the generalist setting. That's my understanding anyways. I could be wrong.
I think historically you're right.
Right, am I right?
To the new license.
Okay. So they're interpreting in those settings. Right now, they don't have a license. They don't have, certification or AD certification. So I feel like there needs to be a pathway to help pull up our rural interpreters in that sense, to get able to pass that 4.0. And we need to have some sort of time frame to also create that motivation, for that K through 12 interpreters so that they can have the motivation to take it again, and also, so that they can also be out doing general interpreting. Okay, sorry, Caitlin.
Yes, this is Caitlin speaking. That's my idea for general requirements for the EIPA.
To have it as a 3.5. Because they can interpret in the community setting too, and then the rural interpreters, absolutely, they typically are doing both educational and community work. So if we have it down to a standard of the educational 3.5 and for the community, for generalists, I feel like that would actually benefit the rural community. Mrs. Darcy, let me think about, I was thinking about a separate pathway. So keep that 4.0, I want to keep that. But this other pathway for K through 12 interpreters that currently have a 3.5, with their goal of meeting, we have to have some sort of time frame to get them to get up to that EIPA 4.0 score. So some sort of proof or something. Does that make sense? I don't know who was first, who raised their hand. Mel says, oh my gosh, I was first. Is in regard to what Caitlin is saying. Okay.
So I agree that we should keep the 3.0, but for the general 3.5.
But maybe have the supervisory as a 4.0. This is Caitlin still. So they can have that as, a goal to pass to a 4.0. Isn't it? Okay, so say that again. Isn't the minimum a 4.0, right, for the supervisory?
This is Christy. I feel like in regards specifically to the educational license, the pathway is connected to that license renewal. Because if we're thinking about extending the amount of time they can renew, then that will help dictate how we create, or if we need to create another pathway. And I don't mean to derail us, but if you are going to the legislative group and you are going to propose these things, I wonder if it's appropriate for us to be recommending, if we don't want this, what do we want, so that that could be potentially addressed. Makes sense? Yes, okay. Go ahead, Mel.
So now the way the law is written, it already has a pathway. So right now it says 3.5 is the requirement, but after 5 years, testing again, it says the requirement is 4.0, period. So
That's for educational interpreter. I'm talking about generalists though.
I'm a little bit apprehensive about the 3.5 out in the community for, general interpreting. Just my gut is telling me there's something not right about that.
It's the one.
If you want to go out in the community, then take the EIPA again and take a 4.0, I think.
Amanda? Oh, Natalie? Natalie?
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, I feel like I agree with Caitlin. I feel like the thing is, if we're going from provisional as well, you have to just also, we also have to consider that we're going from provisional to generalist. And then, we want to make sure that we are, we have access for our rural interpreters and stuff like that to be able to provide services in different areas. So if we require that 4.0, for the EIPA, then that's going to reduce the pool of interpreters available in those areas. So I feel like if we do like a 3.5 for the generalist, again, just because, there might be interpreters that they have not had a educational license yet, so they don't have those 5 years to then reapply or redo the test to get a 4.0. So that if we have the 3.5, again, as a generalist, and then maybe like a 4.0 as a supervisory, that gives a little bit of time also for those interpreters that went from provisional to generalist instead of education for 5 years and then generalist. We have to keep those in mind.
Sorry, we could pause again. Assistant.
Yes, that has her hand up as well.
Who? Who's Vanessa?
Nessa.
Oh, Nessa.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that Natalie was finished speaking. Did you finish your comment? Yeah? Okay.
Nessa, and then Amanda? Or Amanda, then Nessa, sorry.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, so this is Amanda. What was I gonna say? It was about, okay, yes, I remember now. We currently have no standard in the community. There's 3.5, 3.5 might be a nice balance. I don't know, I don't know if 3.5 should be the standard, but at the same time, we don't have data about what's out there, what's available. If we set this particular minimum, or we set a particular ideal qualification, we don't know how many interpreters we will have available across the state to provide services. So we need to find an appropriate balance, and that requires data to know what would be an appropriate or an inappropriate standard to set. I don't think 3.5 is satisfactory. However, the reality of our systems, the reality of the availability of testing, so many factors, it feels like it might be unnecessary. That's my 2 cents.
Nessa.
Okay, piggybacking off of what Amanda just said, and also getting some clarification. So this is a specialty license, if I'm following correct? No, this is supervisory? General. Okay, perfect. So there could always be stipulations put on, because if I remember right, you have to renew your general X amount of times before you have to bump up. So maybe they are allowed to renew it 2 times. But if they don't have it, the 4.0 by the second time they renew, then they some kind of stipulation attached to it. I mean, that kind of gives them a grace period to work on their skills, keeps the ones that are in the rural communities in the interpreting community, but also plenty of grace time to work on it. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling, but that was my thoughts. Okay, I'm done.
Lori, this is Lori. I'm gonna say that I think the 4.0 for general is a good idea, provided we are able to extend the 5-year educational license, which I know is a bigger issue than us.
Yeah, we can't be writing rules for a law that does not exist. I would be giving you bad information, and steering you wrong.
You're saying there's no legal way that will happen?
Not writing rules around that concept would be bad.
No, I totally agree. I'm just dreaming. Okay, shut up. Stop dreaming. Let's move on.
Christie? So Sammy, can we make recommendations to you to bring forward to
A group that's going to go to legislation?
No, that would probably not be the most appropriate way. The most appropriate way for you to do it as a personal citizen.
Okay.
Like, I'm just gonna say, here's some considerations, and then they'll do whatever they want.
And can you share with us what considerations you have identified that has come out of our meetings? Is that something you can do? And then specifically, who would be reaching out to?
Your legislator in your area.
Okay.
So remove the 5-year limitations on general provisional education. Specify exemptions if licensed sign language interpreter is not available in rural medical, legal, healthcare interpreter registry. So, allow provisional license holder to work in education under supervision. Allow provisional to work in medical under supervision. Consider a temporary or legacy license for individuals who may not have professional credential, education, training, with experience, deaf interpreters, siblings of deaf adults, CO quotas. Yeah.
okay, Christie?
Is there space to also reevaluate the fees?
That wouldn't be something we would comment on. Not as an, this is just giving them information.
Right, and could that information be?
This is Heather. I think we're getting a little bit away from the agenda.
A lot.
Maybe that information could be one-on-one after the RAC meeting. No?
Well, I have a lot on my mind. I have heard the comments on the educational interpreter administration. Their concern about a requirement of 4.0 PIPA for those interpreters. That's understood. I also have a concern about who is going to be interpreting for the deaf community as a generalist in the community. But we have a system right now that says that these people who took the EIPA 10 years ago and have been interpreting all this time, cannot pass a higher level, but we want them to come in and interpret, or I want to interpret for this person because they're my friend. I don't feel good about that. Now, as far as getting medical licensure, that's something to think about, but I think back to those baskets, the hearing interpreter, a hearing interpreter who maybe has lost their credential for their certification, and then a deaf interpreter, what pathways they could take. I do think that the need or that need should impact our decisions and our conclusions. The need of the interpreter, the need for interpreting. So trying to figure out how to move the conversation forward. Going back to, again, trying to make sure deaf interpreters are included in this system that's set up mostly for hearing interpreters, and how those requirements interact with each other. We're opening up things for discussion that we're not sure we want to see necessarily, I think. Amanda says, can you give us an example of what you're talking about? Mel, a 3.5 EIPA interpreter, I don't want them becoming a generalist. I'd like to keep the generalist license as a higher standard. People need something to work toward. People need incentive. So if they, we need to figure out how we can, if we were to be honest, our field right now is 98% hearing interpreters right now. So the group of alternatives we're talking about is very small.
Whoever,
This
you
is
both have
Christy.
your hands up.
This is Christy. I absolutely agree with everything you've said, Mel. I think we're in a position of trying to find a balance between elevating, nudging, and balancing, and not eliminating people in the field that we have. We already know we're in a desperate situation. And if I recall, Sammy, you had said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we are just starting this journey, and it can start in one place and look different as we learn and grow and figure out how to refine. So I guess I'm sort of holding on to that idea that this doesn't have to be forever and that we can learn from this process. So right now, if our goal is to set up licensure and recognize that we need to elevate the profession, I feel like starting with that minimum with recognition that we need to circle back and revisit to actually then elevate the profession.
Amanda?
This is Amanda. I'm considering the provisional, generalist, and supervisor levels. The provisional can relicense 5 times, or renew 5 times. Generalist 2 times. The generalist is it should be a short step on the way to being a supervisor, to get a supervisory license. The system is not designed. It seems like the system is not designed to go up 3, for anyone to stay at any particular level for too long. The goal is to move from provisional to general to supervisory. The general licensure has 2 pathways. One is to pass one of several tests that are available, 4.0 or whatever test it is that's listed. And the other pathway is basically an adaptation of the RID alternate pathway, a way to convert experience to hours or equivalent credits or something in that regard. Would be set as the alternative pathway. And that's what I believe that alternative pathway would include, let me think. It would include people who have yet to test at all, would be in that pathway. Those who have taken the test but have not gotten the correct score. I'm not sure, what are we doing with that group of people? Those who have tested but have not gotten the score they need. Those are going to be in a different group than those who haven't taken the test at all, in my opinion. They might have if they have the experience, and maybe they should be approached the same way. For whatever reason, they haven't taken the test, whether it's anxiety or just not feeling ready for it yet. So we do have, so far we have language proficiency, we have we have letters of recommendation and the training. And the work experience, maybe the experience being translated into.
I guess send you the alternative pathways sheet that they have, or do you already have that?
Do you have? Amanda was asking if they have the alternative pathways document for the RID.
Yeah, I would suggest that we develop a pathway. As you were mentioning, something that's set up to kind of accommodate that is tentative, that we can figure out would be the best approach until we figure out a better approach.
For the seasoned interpreters or the deaf interpreters who have been working. Perhaps using the RID alternative pathway as a framework, as an example.
But I think that would be a good start to getting this figured out.
We're going to take a moment to switch interpreters.
Okay, are we ready?
This is Mel. So RID has another pathways. Oh, the alternate pathways. So being able to prove the education in order to take the test. So now the testing system requires a bachelor's degree. RID recognizes that's, a privileged thing, so they do have alternative options for proving experience and education, and they can still take the test. So it sort of opens the door to being able to take that test in the first place. So I just want to clarify a little bit about what Amanda was saying. So the alternative pathways for this in Oregon, the generalist license, the concept of alternative pathways means that we need to think about and come up with some way of counting experience, be it letters of recommendation or whatever that might look like. Some way to translate that the community speaks for you, and the community sort of, vouches for you, right?
Something like that.
I mean, so again, just the spirit of the concept. And I was saying this, so again, I think the idea for deaf interpreters, and I don't mean discriminating against hearing interpreters by any means, but hearing interpreters do have lots of opportunities and choices out there. So how do we balance that out? I want to have doors open for deaf interpreters and not just hearing interpreters or deaf interpreters taking hearing interpreter tests. And I want to be able to recognize that there are interpreters out there who can take the certification test, but that's not the best option to keep them in the profession. So what do we do with all of that?
Amanda.
This is Amanda. So there's two things. One, that helps us to remind us that they reminded us that the generalist has 2 years. You can use the license to become a supervising license, or it can open opportunities for something else. So this is sort of the spirit of what you're talking about, the spirit of the concept. So that's what I want to know is like, what will we use
to make that determination. And know that there are interpreters out there that we need to invest in. Now, this is not gonna apply to everybody. Like, there's definitely interpreters out there who say that, you know, wanna be involved, but why? So your gut is saying, oh, that this is a good place to start. That's great. That's good information to have, but we also need something else. Something that's a little more standardized. So yes, we need to open the door to everybody.
Not just those who are in touch with their instincts. And Lori?
Lori, I have probably a very unpopular Gen X statement to make, which is you're not going to find a teacher in a classroom teaching without a license based on a test that they had to take. Why are we considering an alternative pathway for people who can't pass a test? All right. I feel like we're admiring a lot of problems, but not really addressing what we're supposed to be addressing, and talking about 10 people as opposed to what we need to be doing for hundreds. I'm old and crappy, it's not my fault.
Mel?
Well, my birthday's tomorrow, so it's easy. So this is that. So right now, I just want to focus on deaf interpreters. I mean, just go ahead, please, by all means. I mean, there's lots of lists of things to use, so use them.
So you want to list out again? I can't remember what you had listed out before for the deaf interpreters.
This is Mel. So passing RID knowledge exam and the CASLI, the
Case study.
The case study, excuse me. 2 letters of recommendation, 1 from an agency, and 1 from, I don't know, somebody else. And then also having some general training, and maybe that's and then 96 hours, yeah, unless, yeah, like say 40 hours of training. I just made that up, by the way.
Christy?
Can you define training? Can you define agency?
Agency, this is not speaking. Agency means a business that coordinates and places and schedules and hires interpreters. It could be the state, it could be a private agency, private business, I don't know. It could be a school district also, college, university. Anybody who's hiring and placing interpreters. Also, I guess I also want to add, as far as the hours of experience, perhaps we could like, they'd have to prove like over like 50 hours or so of experience or something. So somebody asked about agency, somebody asked about training. So interpreting, like general interpreting.
Hands up training?
I don't know. I prefer hands up training, yeah.
Amanda?
This is Amanda. So when you're talking about hands up training, do you mean like processing or interpreting work, or what do you mean? Is it like in person? Is it on the laptop? Is it signing compared to studying?
Really, I guess I need experience. No. Formal interpreting training, meaning the experience with hands up and or processing versus watching 40 hours of webinars on other people interpreting. Correct. Hence.
I see.
So Mel, so what's your perspective, Darcy?
That's a good question. A deaf interpreter could take the RID knowledge and case study part of the exam. 2 letters of recommendation sounds reasonable. I appreciate the clarification, 40 hours of formal interpreter training, something like that as a minimum, which could include training in code of ethics, interpreting. For those, typically, one second here.
Those tend to be already involved in interpreter and training program.
Not necessarily an interpreter program, not necessarily. I was mentioning 40 hours. Let's just say if it's 40 hours of formal training directly tied to interpreting. So it could be in theory, it could be in code of ethics. Typically, the actual training as far as processing isn't normally involved because there's so few opportunities for live hands-up interpreting. They do come up every once in a while, but it's not enough to rely on. Most deaf interpreters will gain most of their experience working with hearing interpreters and then developing their skill and experience in that area. Some do get actual regular interpreter training for processing and such. They do take that, but generally it's based on theoretical and code of ethics training. So a minimum number of interpreter experience hours would be appropriate as well. If I'm clear. Okay. Mel?
This is not, so you started talking about experience for deaf interpreters. So how many hours of training in general, like life experience? Like, could you say like a deaf interpreter, I mean, can you explain your story and your experience?
I grew up interpreting. So it's a lifetime experience. I have a deaf family, so we're interpreting for family, interpreting for mates. It's very different. Now it's different. I'm trying to think of people in the community that don't share my life experience. 30 or 40 hours of interpreting experience minimum would be something. 50 hours, maybe. We could set some kind of minimum for their interpreter experience. And once just so they meet that requirement of being in the field and working with an interpreter. It could include paid or volunteer interpreting. There are some deaf interpreters that work deaf-blind with the deaf-blind, but most of the time it's on a volunteer basis. Some others do work in paid positions. So you need to consider both. And we have 2 hands up. Let's go with Amanda.
This is Amanda. I think you have an important point, actually. You talk about experience, like you grew up signing and, but it's kind of like the interpreter in church, right? Like you have your people, you have your stuff, we know what to do in those environments. However, 30 to 40 to 50 hours of experience of interpreting in a general, community setting is going to be very different than interpreting for your family. So professional interpreting is different than growing up interpreting.
Correct.
So there's a difference. So I think, 30, 40, 50 hours of diverse working with clients in the community is.
Mel?
This is Mel. So the reason I asked you for your experience actually is because, the general language, soon you general license. So I want to be able to open those doors and have a parallel for the deaf interpreters, have the foundation established, make sure everybody has those opportunities. So I want to make sure that that's happening. So backing up a little bit, I just want to make sure that everything is clear. More than just a provisional to a generalist, you're talking about the number of hours, the number of experience.
I'm just external processing here, so excuse me for a second, Jenny, or Sammy. So if I'm a deaf interpreter and I'm trying to think, what's gonna be best for me, I'm super motivated, I'm taking all the workshops, and I'm taking all the training, and I'm starting to get hired, and the feedback I'm getting is not so good. And clearly I'm not ready. Maybe that wasn't the best match for me. I mean, some people that, peers could be saying, oh, not so great, give me a little more time. So maybe you get that kind of feedback. So the number of hours are gonna be less because now you're being hired less. Or positive or negative, because you need growth, you need time and the experience to be out there to grow, and yet you're not gonna get that because the feedback you get is not good. So how do you measure that? So you have hours that you're working, hours of experience, plus your letters of recommendation from an agency, or maybe from a hearing interpreter who you've worked with. Something like that. But I just feel like maybe having that second letter would maybe be a good idea. It's another piece of evidence, I guess, another piece of proof. I don't know. Amanda,
Amanda?
This is Amanda. So I think the letter, that second letter, it needs to be somebody who has knowledge and familiarity with your skills, meaning they have worked with you or a client or somebody who's licensed, somebody who has the qualification and the knowledge to make that determination, just work with that interpreter, not just be like, hey, buddy, do you mind writing me a quick letter? And they've never worked with you before, just because you want to support them. You have to have that data to support it. So the people who have the qualifications and the skills would be advanced. So I'm just thinking of other ideas too, like what would make sense, because the process itself would filter out some of those people just going through the process, the people who aren't qualified. So I don't know, I know that might work with deaf interpreters, I don't know, like if it beats out everybody, if the letters support, and the number of hours, if that's a good way to do it. I mean, it could be.
This is the interpreters, we're gonna switch.
This is Lori, and I'm gonna agree with the more letters, the better, largely because anybody can write a letter, and a hearing person could submit it and say, I'm a deaf client, and who's going to be the wiser when that gets submitted? So the more letters, if we're gonna require letters, the more likelihood that at least one will be legit.
Heather, this is Heather. I just want to clarify, I've been hearing a variety of different things. So you're looking at an experience pathway that would be for any person or just for a person who is deaf? I wasn't sure on that point because I've heard both.
So I guess most of the time we're talking, at least recently, we've been talking about hearing interpreters, deaf interpreters. So this would apply to hearing interpreters, maybe or maybe not, but right now we've been talking about deaf interpreters.
Okay. So then letters of recommendation that look like one from an entity, said is an agency, you described that, possibly from a consumer that the applicant has worked with, possibly from a hearing interpreter that the applicant has worked with. Then hours of training, that would be like ethics, something directly tied to interpreting on training. Then hours of interpreter experience, which is directly tied to interpreting for others in the community. And I'm wondering whether, and I apologize, this is just a lack of knowledge and trying to figure out, understand, whether a certain number of hours or years of experience signing different than interpreting would be something, because I think I heard that years of experience signing is
helps to qualify a person to be able to then interpret. But then that person also has to have a certain number of hours specific to interpreting, which would go on top of that. So perhaps that would be a qualification that you would consider important if that is something, it's just years of signing, whether that's 15 years or whatever amount of years of signing needed, but I was just trying to understand if there's a distinction there.
Mel, this is Mel. Respond to the hearing or deaf piece. Darcy, I'm looking at you to see if this is going to be okay. And you, Amanda. I think a letter from an agency that was specific to a deaf, like an ASL interpreting agency, feels different to me than a spoken language agency. Nothing against spoken language agencies, but their knowledge of deafness and ASL is more limited, and there is a history of putting in unqualified interpreters through spoken language agencies that don't have the trust of the deaf community or the knowledge of the I see somebody's hand on it.
When I asked, this is Sammy, to define agency, you said, a business that coordinates and schedules sign language interpreters, anyone hiring or replacing an interpreter. That's not accurate.
I guess we'll put that, Amanda. This is Amanda. It is accurate. And there is this nuance that Mel is talking about where spoken language agencies are not necessarily viewed as qualified to say that. But the purpose, I think the purpose of the agency letter is to say, I hired this person. They had work. And so if that's all the purpose is of the agency letter, I think it's okay that because they're gonna have other letters too. Does that make sense? Like, yes, if you and I were looking at the applications and we saw one from a particular agency, we would be like, all right, let me look at the other letter, right? As opposed to if we got one from Natalie, we would be like, oh yeah, they work at the hospital, right?
And
But they're not gonna know that.
the devil's advocate of that is, let's say there's a certain known spoken language agency that has a horrible, horrible history of using uncertified, unqualified interpreters for years. I won't tell you the number of cases that have come through the courts when they were like, who was the interpreter? They're not certified. They were brought in by this agency. Let's just say that has happened. That agency would be self-serving of them to write a great letter about this interpreter who's worked for them for years and is a really shitty interpreter. So that is why I wanted to differentiate between deaf interpreters and hearing interpreters, because some hearing interpreting agencies are for profit, and they're going to take anybody who can sign at barely at all and use them. And that's been the issue. That's why we have licensure today. That's kind of was part of this protection piece that we're putting in. So so I'm catching myself on that agency letter because I'm like, for some agencies, they're going to sign every letter and they're not actually qualified. So
I think this is Amanda, just in response. So I think then I think there needs to be two letters. There are 2 to 3 letters. One from an agency that says, yep, I'm going to pay them. I'm going to hire them and use them. Second needs to be a licensed interpreter who will say, I know the rules and the qualifications required for licensure, and yes, I believe this person is.
Can we say supervisor?
Yeah, we can say supervisory. I mean, I think they're going to say we can say that, but then they're going to say there's problems, like because it limits and tracking and stuff. But it needs to be somebody who's licensed, and then a consumer. So the reason I want a third is because I do want the consumer voice, but they're not the ones who are going to understand licensure necessarily, and like whether this person, like, I just like them, but are they going to be able to do things like licensure?
Christine. I'm assuming that other folks will have more knowledge than I on this, but when I have tried to hire an educational setting, and I'm doing a reference check, which I understand is not the same as a letter, but I'm just sharing this experience. When I've tried to call various agencies like Purple or other agencies, they actually won't give you a reference
And if you want a reference, you've had to pay for the reference. And so all they will do is verify they worked or they did not work. So I'm just thinking about those folks that would try, if they're only working for an agency and they try to get a letter, some of those agencies may be a barrier for them, based on their own systems in place.
Hopefully not for their employees. Hopefully not for their employees. Like you're an outside agency trying to get a letter. Hopefully their employees could get a letter.
I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there that has been a barrier.
This is Darcy. Yeah, Christy, I've had that same experience. People have said no when I tried to call get letter certification.
Yeah.
They just look up and they just say, yes, that person has worked here, or, it could be tough to get one from them. If you have to ask the agency, is there like a minimum amount of hours that this person has interpreted for the agency, or something more general information, that's probably all you can get. Something they can say yes to, but also fits with like RID. I mean, they've taken the test, so they've shown proof, like RID, you have to have proof of things before you take the test. And for a DI, to take a test with a hearing interpreter, take a test, that's different. So, how do I prove? Getting something from the agency, having a minimum number of hours of interpreting hours, and then you can get the other letters from the other people, and all that together combined would be enough. Without having too many specifics, but having the number of hours from an interpreting agency and then the letters, that should be enough for at least to get the RID certification. So, so we can kind of follow along those same lines with RID. So now to do the provisional work with the provisional license, you need a letter plus some other things, 2, 3, 4 letters, whatever we say is going to satisfy that requirement.
This is Amanda, and I have a question for Natalie. If an interpreter came to you and said, I need a letter of recommendation from you as a scheduler kind of person to get my license, what are the implications for you? Can you say, yes, I hire them, yes, I work with them, they've done this many hours, I would recommend them, or are you like, nope, I'm not doing any of that?
Yeah, so since I work for Southern Health, the policy said we cannot write letters of recommendation. So usually we would have, they don't have to pay, but then we would have to send it to HR, and then they'll just get the information on, when were they hired, and maybe how many hours they worked.
Okay.
So.
To be like a form letter.
Yeah.
HR-ish.
Yes. Yeah, and so that's what I was gonna mention as well, that maybe what we can just say, well, the agency can, let us know how many hours they work, not really talking about like the quality of the interpretation, because we might not know, I'm not fluent in sign language,
Yeah.
So, and I do have other people that when we're hiring, we have other people assessing it, not me. But, so maybe, if we can share how many hours they worked, and then actually get information about like the quality of the interpretation, maybe from other people that they provided services to.
Lori, I found when I've reached those kinds of references that frequently they will answer, is this person eligible for rehire?
Yeah, but I feel like we just need to have it clear, what is it that we're gonna be using the references for? Is it to, test the quality of interpretation, or is it to show how many hours of, so maybe having that clear, what are we gonna use this references for, is gonna let us know, okay, so who can we reach out to, or,
That's a really good point. Natalie, I like that. That's a good point. So again, for the supervisory license, we should be able to work with DIs, get a certain number of hours work experience. We shouldn't check it once, we should check it a few times. Maybe having a minimum, and then like 2 or 3 letters of
what? Like 3 different supervisors, 3 different contacts, 10 to 15 hours minimum for each level of DI. And I worked with this DI and get 3 different letters, collect all that data, and then be able to show qualification that way. So maybe the minimum is 2 or 3. And then they can put how many hours that they worked with that interpreter, worked with that DI, worked with that hearing interpreter, whatever, how many hours they worked together. Something like that.
This is Lori. I think we also need to remember that not every region of our state has agencies for interpreters. So we can't mandate, I don't think, an agency letter if it's not actually possible for people.
And maybe we can have it like, to prove experience, you could have letters from, and then just like this, agency or manager or business or hiring.
School district.
Yeah, school district, just like different entities.
Example.
Like a hiring entity, yeah. So I mean, that could be like the, proof to prove an experience, and then to prove proficiency, then like the other ones. And then we can list which ones would be considered for that.
We're gonna take a moment to switch interpreters.
Darcy, I'm just thinking, sorry, this might be off topic a little bit to the provisional license, but the minimum hours of interpreting that we have, or interpreting experience we have there, typical for a DI, do we have that set? We didn't set that up, did we? We didn't set up any, for a hearing interpreter? Thank you. For a hearing interpreter? Amanda saying, you're talking about provisional? No, we didn't have a minimum? Okay, great. Okay, Darcy saying, thank you.
Yeah, this is Amanda. So provisional license doesn't have the minimum number of hours for requirement, but it does include training, testing, workshops. I think those are the 3 pathways for provisional. I don't think there's any experience requirements for provisional.
So I just want to make sure, so for the provisional for a DI, they have to pass the knowledge exam. For REBs, they have to have 40, I guess we have 40 hours of formal interpreter education. We didn't really expand on that. And then two or three letters, one from an agency or school district or different entities of proof of work, a letter of work experience from an hiring entity. So one letter minimum from there, and then should we say 2 letters from a supervisory licensed individual with a minimum of 10 hours of actual work experience with the interpreter for them to apply for the generalist license? I mean, we could decide on the minimum numbers, so a total of a minimum maybe. So supervisory licenses, so that's kind of separate from different minimum working hours from the public, but, and it's not counting school or any kind of training of that. So what should we say, 40, 50 hours minimum for that? Is that enough? Is that too much? Amanda.
Yeah, this is Amanda. I think that's a good starting place. 50 feels a little high, but at the same time, it's like we need more data. So I think around 40 or 50, between 30 and 50, I would say feels reasonable as a starting place at least. That's my feeling on that. Okay, this is Mel.
Go ahead, Mel.
I just want to back up. So with everything we had just discussed, the generalist license, all of those requirements included for that, would that also satisfy what's needed for the provisional license? Or for the provisional license, should that be more strict for a deaf interpreter?
Is that more strict for a deaf interpreter and a provisional license compared with the generalist? Do you feel like this is elevating our generalist license? Okay, I am trusting the yeses that you are giving me.
This is Amanda. So the provisional, this is my brain, so just trust it if you want, it's up to you, but the provisional requirements are language, 40 hours of interpreting training, and that's it. That's one pathway. Or take the CASLI test. And then for generalists, those requirements are proof of experience, right? Or, yeah, and then we're adding the letters, we're adding the experience, we're adding those two things.
So do we feel that satisfying the provisional requirements and adding those two letters, saying, oh, okay, yeah, I've worked with this individual for 15 hours. Do you feel like we need to, is that enough to speak for something for their work? Instead of just saying, they know sign language and interpret, we have the hiring entity and then we need people that have actually witnessed, their interpreting skill. Like the two letters with hours on. Amanda, wait, please. 2 letters with hours attached to it.
And so, Amanda's saying those 2 people also need to be licensed.
And Darcy's saying, I need some clarification. So what Mel just said, so you hire a DI. So let's just look what Mel just, so she works for PCC, right? So she's hiring a DI. She's hiring a DI interpreter to work under her at the college. That's the agency. She can't then write a letter as a supervisor for the individual, right? Would that be a conflict of interest? So they would have to get another interpreter that had already worked with them as a team to write a letter. And that person should have their supervisory license. So I wanted to throw that out there because, oh yeah, we hired her and I'm also going to provide her, her hours, another letter stating that they have, their skills are fine and I've worked with them. So I feel like that's a conflict of interest. So I just definitely want to have that standardized and clarified for all.
And Amanda is agreeing.
Because that's the same, that RID follows, that's their pathway for a DI that's not certified yet, but they, to take any test, before they do that, they have to have this proof of work. So they need that, the hours proof of work, and then 2 letters from any RID certified interpreter. They must have both proofs to submit before they can take the test. So I feel like if we follow that, it would work out very nicely. And it has to be a different letter. It can't be the same person representing both entities, the qualified experience and skill, and the fact that they're being hired.
This is not the hiring entity cannot write the letter of support for interpreting. It has to be a supervised licensed interpreter who is
not hiring it. It's not that different. No conflict of interest. No self-serving here.
This is Nissa. I just want to say I agree wholeheartedly with what Darcy said. I think that's perfect.
Thanks, Nessa. Did you get it all, Sammy? Any tweaks, any additions? That minimum amount of hours yet? Did we decide on that? A minimum amount of hours? What do you guys, what are you feeling on it? What'd you say?
30, 40, 50.
Is that what we want to?
Formal, not formal, ethics, not ethics. I'm really not sure.
And Amanda
Hands up,
says,
not hands up.
I was thinking about the challenge of the hours compared with, well, assignments, because sometimes the person might go to, show up and interpret for 15 minutes for a medical appointment, but that's one assignment. One assignment could be 15 minutes, so counting the hours that way to total up to 40 hours, compared with going to one assignment where maybe you interpret all day for 8 hours. The math is hard. I'm trying to figure this out. So 5 days, 5 days of work compared with 40 different assignments or whatever. I just want to say 40 instances.
This is Mel. I bill 2 hour minimum.
So billable hours.
You bill 4 hours. I mean, let's just call it
Billable
hours. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be billable hours.
Yes, yeah, so billable hours, 40 billable hours then.
And this is Darcy. So if it's 40 hours, I mean, with those 2 hour minimums, so maybe we should make it, 80. Or, hold on, now I have to do the math. Now I have to do homework.
Calling a 4-minute time and then we're going to public comment.
Well, and what do you mean?
I don't know.
Here, I will.
And no one's gonna know.
Hold on. Oh, we only have 4 minutes, okay.
Okay, so this is Amanda. To be fair to the liar Mel, working hours can include not signing. You could be sitting and waiting, but you're not actually interpreting, but that's still part of the job versus, be in a class. And so is that still counted as interpreting? Even if you're not interpreting the whole time, are we counting that?
Back and forth.
That's the billable hours, so we could start with 50 for billable. 50?
Yeah, let's do 50.
Oh.
This is Darcy. And then for the minimum of supervisory hours, the letter that's required for that, from a licensed interpreter, 20?
Yeah, Mel
A
says
minimum
10.
of 20 maybe?
Mel says maybe 10.
15? Where I'm throwing some.
10 for each, 20.
10, 20? I don't know. Darcy says, I don't know. Okay, let's back. Oh, sorry.
So supervisory, remember we said it's 1 hour a month, that's all you need. That's the requirement for provisional. So for supervising hours.
Yes.
Could you say that one more time?
Sorry, Mel. Yeah, that sentence. Amanda gets you. Amanda, say it.
So if I'm interpreting for, like, the supervisory is 1 hour a month, but this person who's writing the letter.
So if I'm working with all these different people, I have 3 hours here, 4 hours there, 10 hours here. I mean, then that all adds up to the 50 hours. Maybe a minimum of 10 hours. Okay.
So this is Mel, so if we're working together and evaluating each other, and you're looking at my skills, and we work together for, you know, a minimum of 10 hours, do you feel?
That's a good question, Mel. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, maybe.
You think that would be enough to be able to know my skill level and kind of give that approval? I know there's different kinds of situations, so maybe 20, 10, 5?
Nissa here?
Oh, so this is Amanda. I feel like we would just know right away. So working together for 5 hours is enough. 20 hours, I don't think is necessary. I think we just by seeing it, we know pretty much right away.
No.
That's 5 minutes? 5 minutes, is that the requirement? And Amanda says, no, the point is,
Let's not get up into this ridiculous number of 20 to 30 hours. I feel 5 to 10 hours of working together would be fine. So let's do 10, 10. Minimum of 10. Minimum of 10.
and it says, you know.
Because I knew the minute I saw you.
And more.
And this is the interpreters. We are going to do an interpreter switch.
Okay, at this time, the Board of Sign Language Interpreters Rules Advisory Committee will hear public input regarding feedback. Members of the public, please wait until you have been recognized. And recognized, please state your name and affiliation to the RAC or the RAC. Okay. The Board of Sign Language Interpreters Rules of Bye. I was gonna adjourn this, so.
Okay, this is Christy. Just wondering, you record this. Does the board get access to the recording prior to their meeting?
It's put on the web usually within 72 hours.
Okay, and then I'm assuming you go through everything and you try to explain our logic or lack thereof when you're passing on the information to them.
I give them what I give you, and what you provide, I give it to them. Okay, this meeting is adjourned at 12:31.
12:31?
2:30.
Brain stop working. My brain stopped